Muiris is now at the door. Can we be seen going in and out?
No.
No.
No, it's pointing at us.
Right.
Someone share me the link if you can throw it over my way.
Will do.
It's only done.
Yeah, I have it on here. Just I'll text it to you.
Do you have the link for me to put up?
It's on the big group chat. I just put it on
Sorry,
there.
I'm trying to export this video now.
What do you use to cut stuff?
CapCut.
I used it for the first time this week and I love it.
I've been
Great,
using
isn't it?
Great.
I used it recently too.
I use it just for my own videos anyway, but we would use it for work.
Easy to do, to use, and you can actually do it.
My aunt has started like 2 paintings of the sewer, so she got along started doing it herself now. Starting
I'm really just hoping to try and maximise what students can get out of DCU, because I believe there is so much potential there.
Do you agree with Brandon's take on how our societies are integrating, especially when it comes to big events?
Well, I think there's always more that can be done and we can work more, but I would disagree with that.
Some of you may know me as one of 2 blonde girls running for Wellbeing, so I should probably introduce myself.
I'm going to ask you both what the most important part of your campaign is. Todd, I'll start with you.
Well, currently I think the student accommodation is a massive piece.
Can I ask you another question?
Ask, work away.
How come nightlife comes first on your poster if accommodation is the most important part of your campaign?
If you want to improve the system, then why bother changing it when it already works?
You could say it works. To say it works is not say that it works properly.
This is not something I'm promising that will happen. It's something that I'm going to campaign and pressure the university to do.
I would really like to foster a more connected DCU.
You in particular, Brandon, you've been very complimentary of Todd during his presidency and the work that he has done. So much so on Monday that you would almost think you were part of his campaign team at some points.
I would genuinely put a lack of results, after that protest, down to a lack of further action being taken.
And a lot of the work of your colleagues on the union this year was to try and push DCU to implement more student purpose-built accommodation. I'm unsure how it would work if we aren't paying anything.
It's beyond the students' union, it's beyond the university. It is a national issue that needs a national approach.
It all comes down to this: your vote can make all the difference. The College Views coverage of the DCU student union elections continue. Your views, your college, your paper.
Hello and welcome along to the College View Election Day coverage. It's the 22nd of February and we are only 4 hours away from hearing the winners of the 2023 DCUSU elections. My name is Amy McLoughlin and I am the presenter of the College View podcast.
And I am Muiris O'Cearbhaill, Deputy Editor of the College View. Coming up, DCU's voter turnout is a lot lower than what the candidates expected. How has that impacted the race?
1,950 votes are required on the yes or no side of the USI referendum. Currently, turnout is only coming up at 1,359, below the required number for a successful referendum. We'll be asking candidates their opinions and discussing the reasons why students were asked for their input.
We'll also be asking candidates of the ever scary reopen nominations vote, as many posters have been canvassing the Ron choice and how they have been seen around campus. And lastly, we'll be discussing and covering the tightest of the races in these elections, providing you with the most up-to-date news on the elections themselves. So Amy, we did do a poll last Monday, or about 2 days ago, didn't we?
Yeah, it feels like a lot longer since Monday.
It feels like a lot longer than that, yeah, it's been a long week. But let's discuss, what did we actually find?
Yeah, so the poll was taken by just under 40 people over the DCUSU elections and through the College View Instagram. So as you can see here, we've got a mix of faculties, an awful lot of people from the humanities and social sciences, which is one of the big contested races at the minute in the part-time races anyway, and you can see 60% of the people who took this poll are from the humanities and social sciences race.
And see, a lot of that school do cover politics. They cover media, they cover that type of stuff. So this is like, you know, something that they're obviously going to go for.
Yeah, and one of the biggest faculties as well, especially here on Glasnevin with the Henry Grattan.
If we actually look at the first pie chart just up above, you see that the majority of people were actually from Glasnevin.
A whole one person from the Whole Hallows
campus. Only one
campus.
person from All Hallows. So shout out to you, whoever you are. So yeah, what else did this poll find?
So we'll start with, I guess, which is the first race that we polled for, probably the most important race most people will see, which of course is the presidential race this year. Current SU President Thomas O'Dowd is of course running again with competition this year for the first time ever. Mm-hmm. Thomas obviously ran unopposed last year, and then we have Brandon Perry. As you can see from the pie chart, the people who've taken this poll anyway are all behind our current president to retake his seat at 34 people, which is 89.5%. With the polls added in from yesterday, it's looking like Todd is up there in that 88-89%.
Almost certainly, yeah. But I mean, we have to also take a look at is that the numbers that we saw, we'll be talking about this later on the turnout, is that they were quite low.
Yes.
So we still don't know. There could be a huge push for Brandon Perry towards the end of the day. There could still be an even bigger push for Todd. But, I mean, even reopened nominations could get a vote.
Absolutely, one or two in there. As we can see, Todd is ahead, but we were talking to him earlier on in the week, and when we mentioned that we were doing a poll, he said, well, the polls are not always right, and they have been wrong in years before.
They have.
I don't think this one is going to be wrong.
I don't know. It's a tough decision that students have to make. I mean, both candidates, and through our coverage that we've looked at, both candidates are kind of going on the same thing. They want affordability, they want the accommodation, they want a better time on campus for everyone. I mean, Brandon did say he thinks that Thomas has built a good foundation and he wants to kind of jump on top of that and make it even better. But I mean, students then also have to look at, did the foundation that Todd built, was that much better?
Yes. So it'd be interesting to see how that one goes.
I meant to say, is it much better for Todd to continue the momentum
or for somebody to build off of his foundation? Yeah. So we'll move on down now to VP for Academic Life. The only person running uncontested in the full-time roles is Owen Crossan, who is our current VP for Academic Life. As you can see here, 76.3% of people. Although a bit of a pull there in unsure and for reopen nominations. Mm-hmm. A lot of people that we've been chatting to over the last couple of days have said, what's the point in voting in an uncontested race? Because surely that person will still win.
Yeah, and it's totally that. But I mean, for that point, we have reopen nominations on campus, and we have the choice that students can make to say, no, get someone else in there. But you also have to ask the question, if it is, what's the point? Then surely that person should think about voting themselves or running themselves.
Yes.
If they think that they can do a better job. And I mean, that's not my words. That's pretty much the words of all of the candidates when I asked them about reopen nominations. So yeah.
Now, this is a race that I think everybody is anxious to see the outcome of this. Looking at that, you would think Katie Warren, well-being, she's kind of got it in the bag. From what we've been seeing from people around campus, that race is going to be an awful lot closer than what we think it might be. Two people who've run two very different campaigns for the well-being race, which I know we'll talk about later. Katie Warren, you can't miss her on the way in the door into
the bright
U.
pink right at the front of the door, big signs, vote for Katie for well-being. I mean, you are right, you can't miss her. But also, again, the two of them are talking very similarly along the well-being sort of arc. However, one of them is focusing more on like general well-being, feel-good attitude, where Katie Warren has chosen to kind of focus on mental health and things like that. So there is a choice there still. Very different candidates, very different type of campaigns, but I think that poll is what reflects it. It's a very different campaign to what we might be used to in a student run.
And every year, well-being is probably one of the most popular races that people are kind of interested to see what's going on. It was the most voted for race up until the look at the figures this morning. So at 8 o'clock this morning, it was revealed that the presidential race had overtaken well-being, but not by that much.
And still, right now, they're still kind of close. The president race has just hit over 2,000, and well-being is catching up quick. You have to also take into account that both these people are very likable, very popular, have a lot of really good supporting friend groups who are going to want to help them in this race and spread the word for them as well. And we saw that both of them have large teams. They have lots of people sitting at the desk with them down on what's it called, the roadway or the walkway or the roadworks, whatever they call it in the SU. But like they have lots of people sitting beside them, giving out flyers and sweets and God knows what else.
And like to anybody out there who's never experienced election week in DCU, this week has been a bit mad. I did speak to a group of first years earlier on in the week who were just so overwhelmed by, there's like people in t-shirts everywhere, handing out sweets, handing out flyers. It's like a political, it's almost like an alleyway down the bottom of the street in the U, isn't it?
Like a lot of people, I remember in first year, obviously I was online, so I didn't really actually know what any of this was about. I think actually I voted for... Oh, someone's making an announcement. I was like, again, I thought it was the fire alarm.
Yeah.
I think it was actually, we voted for the first year rep at the time or something, and that was the only thing I did. I didn't know anything else. And it was quite different. And then I came into campus last year and I was like, wow, people put a lot of effort into this.
There's posters, there's flyers, there's t-shirts, and as you can probably tell from all of the noise, there is something going on outside. The annual DCU karting trolley race is on today, and many of the candidates could be seen sporting trolleys with their t-shirts and signs hanging out of them.
I mean, great timing from the karting side, I won't lie.
They've gotten great publicity for their race today.
No, actually, it's a great event. I've been watching it out the window. Just every now and again seeing someone wearing a bicycle helmet in a karting...
in a shopping trolley.
Being pushed around. It's quite literally DCU karting.
Absolutely. So we move on to diversity and inclusion. Now, diversity and inclusion will be the first race that we're covering so far where one of the candidates or more has been virtually non-existent for the last week. Sam Mooney, as you can see from this pie chart, is well ahead in our polls, but Rupinder Singh, who is the other candidate, was not at the hustings on last Monday, and was not
pictured on anything.
No.
There's no picture of him on the flyers or anything like that. I actually have yet to see an actual poster of his. Whereas, I mean, Sam has been very, very present on campus. They've been at the back right beside the new bar and handing out advice.
Hosted a fantastic open mic here yesterday in the U.
I mean, that's kind of what we will see a lot of the time in these races. Whoever's very present, who's ever talking to people, really just wanting to get your vote. And like wanting to get your vote, not just saying, "Oh, I'll go for it."
She's one of the many candidates who will stand and chat to you for
totally.
as long as she can, and even if it's not about the campaign, like asking how your day is. Are you interested in the elections? Are you interested in voting? Full stop. And if I spotted her yesterday chatting to a couple of first years who didn't know how to vote, explaining to them, this is how you vote, this is how it works, and this is what I can do to help you, which is fantastic. Community and Citizenship up is next, which is another hotly contested race. Alethea Williams and Emma Monaghan.
Yeah.
There we go.
Without the
Another
G.
poll without the G. Quite a pull in this race for Unsure, which we have seen across the board. Is this because the two of them are quite, probably it's going to be a close one?
It's definitely going to be a close one, and again, they're very similar to each other. They both want sustainability. They both want they both want acknowledgement in society life, in student life. So it's definitely something that we will have to keep an eye on. It's going to be very, very tight, I'd say. And we'll wait and see at 8 o'clock to hear the exact numbers.
Now, not only today are we covering the full-time elections, which are the full-time positions who sit here on a salary in DCU and have offices on campus. Part-time positions are also a huge part of the SU and the people that represent each individual faculty, as well as the clubs and societies. Now, the clubs officer, Kavach Deer, which is spelled incorrectly on that poll, but that's okay, apologies to Kavach for that, has 34% of this vote here, but as you can see, Unsure and reopen nominations, that's quite a close one across the board. Another person who has not been spotted has a photograph on the SU website.
It does, yes.
But no plans, no what's the word? No manifesto. There we go.
Yeah, but it's also, from what I understand, they're a master's student as well. So it'd be interesting to see. It'd be interesting to see how they balance that as well, because a lot of the part-time roles are usually undergraduates. So I mean, it's a little different because in undergraduate you have a lot of time. You're here for 3, 4, even 5 years. You're spending a lot of time in clubs. You're spending a lot of time in societies. Whereas masters, you're here 1 to 2 years, depending on how you're getting on, even 3 sometimes. But anyway. And you don't have the same amount of time to invest in clubs. It's a lot about academic life. So it'd be interesting to see how that vote turns out. Again, not very present on campus, not very present around the place, but again, we'll see. Because again, if you look at the kind of convenience of one candidate as well, some people might just say, well, I don't need to think about who I'm going to vote for because there's only one person to vote for. Again, look at reopen nominations, that's why it's there. But clubs officer is quite an important role. So, do
you think that a lot of students who may not be as invested in voting but will still come to have been to the polls today and may vote hopefully before they close this evening will just see one candidate and just vote for them anyway, whether they know what's going on or not?
Yeah, probably. Especially up until the deadline, once you kind of like, if someone is walking down, what's it called again, the roadblock?
The street.
Yeah, if someone's walking down the street in the U and meets someone and says, can you vote for me today? Oh, how do I do that? And instantly goes on and votes for them, just as a kind gesture, without actually understanding that there's a whole lot of other elections going on. That might cause a few issues. But look, maybe Kavach has just been at it all day trying to hone in more votes.
Absolutely. Societies officer is next. Shane Murphy, who people will know as a member of the SLC, the vice chair of karting, the founder of Poker Society, and Matthew Sharkey, who's the previous chair of Gaming Sock, are up in this race. As you can see, Shane is pulling ahead. Probably helps the fact that one of the societies that he's majorly involved in is holding one of the biggest events of the year right outside the window today. How do you think this one is going to go? Do you think as well, like clubs and societies officer, a lot of people are kind of only finding out this week that these roles exist?
Yeah, I remember when I was in first year, or in second year, actually, yeah, even more second year, being like, oh, that's a thing? So, speaking with both candidates, they have very different campaigns. One's very much focused on keeping and improving what's going on in clubs. The other one is very focused on inclusivity and diversity within the clubs, or in societies in this instance. So it'll be interesting to see, what do the students actually want more? Do they want the inclusion? Do they already feel included? Do they already feel diverse in their societies? And I mean, from what we spoke to Shane about yesterday, or was it Monday?
Yes.
Again, it's been such a long week. Yeah, it's not even a week; it's 3 days.
Yeah.
Well, when we spoke to Shane on Monday, he was talking about what's this?
Bank on campus.
Banking, the financial stuff to sort it out and make it easier for people to get bank accounts. So much ideas, so many ideas. Whereas Matthew's on the other end, where it's looking more of like the personable aspect of it, and making it more sort of human, rather than running it as a business.
Our next position would be the Irish language officer, which is something I know very little about, as my Irish would not be up to scratch. But somebody who has a lot of Irish is our very own Muiris. The Irish language officer, what do they do? What's their role on?
They are in charge of kind of coordinating with the Irish speakers on campus, and then also the main kind of body of executives. There's a lot of kind of push for the use of Irish. I mean, all the buildings have their name in Irish on DCU. There's a huge pride of the Irish language in DCU, but it isn't used as much. And with that, the representation of it isn't great either. I know myself, if I want to avail to Irish services in DCU, like counselling, even just going to the loans office and asking for a camera, I have to do that through English.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I mean, I'm not one myself to say I want that always through Irish, because that's actually, in a real world, that's never going to happen.
Yeah.
And I mean, we're both sitting down here speaking in English.
In English, so.
But on the other end, though, there are people who do think that way and are very, very passionate about that point. And unfortunately, Michael Finn, again, like a lot of the other candidates, hasn't been very present. Doesn't have a very big presence on campus. I've been trying to track him down to try and ask him a few questions. So if you're watching this, Michael, please come up to the wall room.
Please come up and see us.
But I would like to know if I don't even know his manifesto points, so I wouldn't even know what he wants to change. But they're very much so in charge of making sure that Irish is sort of kept on campus. There's a lot of work in this one.
Next is what we're going to be chatting about a lot today, which is the USI referendum. Now, the question that is being put to the student body is: should the Dublin City University Students' Union remain affiliated to the Union of Students of Ireland at a cost of €8 per full-time student and €5 per part-time student added to the student contribution charge? Now, we were chatting a lot about this. I spoke to Brandon and Todd last week on the College View podcast about this when they were in for the presidential debate. You've been chatting to people about it. It seems like it is going to head towards a yes vote, but are we even going to reach the quota required for the vote to happen?
I mean, the quota, the tallies are pretty slow. Currently, what is it? There's 69% of the quota. Nice. 1,359 is what, I mean, we said at the top of the show, we need, 1,950 votes on either side in total, basically.
Yeah.
For them to actually approve whatever message comes out of it, and we still only had 69%, coming up to 4 hours away.
Yeah.
It's also not a thing that's been very forefront. A lot of the people involved in the SU who aren't running, who wouldn't really have the spotlight on them right now, are the ones who are like, let's have a look at the USI, let's have a look at what we can do. So I mean, no. It could there's been a lot of positive messaging around it. A lot of students are very for the USI. There is a no campaign, which we will be speaking to later.
Yeah.
But
if we don't reach the quota, we could be here again in 3 weeks' time.
3 weeks' time, doing the exact same thing.
Doing the exact same thing all over again. We'll just move on down here first, because we've got to talk about some of our part-time positions as well, which I have to find, which are somewhere else. Do you want to start talking about our first part-time position while I...
The Institute of Education, is it?
Yes.
Yes, indeed. If we look at the part-time positions, the only candidate for the officer of the Institute of Education is Mark Dunn, and that he claims that there needs to be more done on Pat's campus, and Dunn claims that Pat's is less represented in DCU compared to Glasnevin, and hopes to integrate two campuses for more support and engagement. Mark also wants to host information mornings and PATs and help teaching students in their workplace. Dunn's main objective then obviously is to unite both campuses together.
Yes.
So yeah, there was a lot. He spoke of the hustings quite a lot about. The issues that are ongoing in Pat's campus, looking at exactly what is not being addressed there, because they don't have a representative at the moment. He is a first year, going into second year, so it'd be interesting to see the things that he's spotted and that he can change if he is to be elected. Also, not running unopposed. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yes, he is running unopposed, and one of a number of part-time races that he is running unopposed, which we've discussed already, Kavach Deer, Michael Finn, then it comes into the probably more hotly contested races, two of the biggest faculties being business and humanities and social sciences. So the business race, we have Oisin McGovern, we have Rose, and we have Shania, who has kind of fallen off a little bit since the hustings. She was there on the Monday, and now it kind of seems to be turning itself into a two-horse race.
Yeah, I mean, Shania is a first year as well, similar to Mark previously in the Institute of Education. I mean, there were very good points that she brought up about mentorship, about making sort of that relationship between moving through the college as a student and getting that guidance from someone who can give you a better idea of what you want to do when you get out of college. But then the other two, they had more kind of practical stuff, like Intra, fixing that portal, making it more sleek, giving kind of a good outlook of the business school, because the business school and Intra, that is used all of the time. And that's actually another reason why the turnout was so low, because a lot of them are on Intra and are still counted as students and have to pay fees and things. So yeah, I mean, they're not on campus to find out. But yeah, it definitely does look like a two-horse race. It's
looking at it because Oisin McGovern is the chair of karting. Karting seem to be running in every race here. Maybe they've got a stake in it somewhere. He's the current societies officer.
Yes.
Part-time on the SU, and then he has that experience to back it up. He's the chair of the SLC, and then you have Rose coming up. I think this race is an awful lot closer than people think it is.
Totally, yeah. The two of them are very experienced. Two of them have very similar ideas. It's just, who do the students believe in more? And that's kind of the question that they have to ask themselves in this race particularly.
The last race we'll be looking at, of course, is the humanities and social sciences rep, which is the representative for us as journalism students. We have Josh Lull, who's a final year media and politics student, and Sorka Rose McGroarty, who is a second year media and politics student, and Sorka, who is a second year journalism student. I think this is two people who've been very
civil with each other. I swear to God, they're the nicest people.
They're so nice to one another.
None of the other candidates want to look at each other, whereas these two are literally like, go talk to the other candidates to see what they're saying.
They've been so visual.
Yes, very
they're
transparent.
here. They've been in and out of about every class. Every time I speak to one of them, they've said, "Oh, I've done 10 more class addresses since last we spoke." Running on slightly different paths. Sorka's talking a lot about having careers fairs, the likes that law and business students get for communications and media students. Josh's focus is a lot on timetabling and ensuring that students are able to, their daily lives in the college run better. So it'll just depend on what way students want to go.
Yeah, and I mean, it's similar enough to what we were talking about earlier with Matthew and Shane. You know, one person kind of wants to improve on what's happening right now, Josh, with timetabling, with extensions, with all those types of issues. And then Sorka's like, let me bring in some new ideas. Let me have a look at how we can improve the student life. In humanitarians and social sciences. Why did I say that so weirdly? I don't know. So yeah, it'd be a tight race, I'd say. And again, a lot of these we won't know. Well, I mean, obviously we won't know until it's announced. But a lot of these we won't be able to call quite easily.
Yes, I would think so. Now, the thing that the College Views team have been talking about all year is this year's voter turnout. The turnout has been quite slow. However, as we said at the top of the show, we do have 4 hours left. So if you want to get your vote in, you still can do that on loop. One thing that the team has found that would be a cause of this is that many students who we spoke to have expressed that they don't know how to vote. So our very own Sarah Otuma was out earlier on in the week and had a chat with plenty of students about whether or not they knew how to vote or not.
In the week of the DCU student union elections, where the students decide between this candidate, or this candidate, or this candidate, or these candidates, the student union has also proposed a referendum. Should the student body remain a part of the Union of Students in Ireland?
So I think students should vote yes, because it provides support for local unions, it provides support for local students on the national issues. So you look at USI this year and what they've been able to provide support on. They've worked really heavily on the walkout. Now I know there was issues what came of that, but I think that's where we can play a better role and get more active and engaged. So I think they empower the student movement across the board in an equal way, and you don't have students that are in one union maybe higher up the chain in terms of their education and activism compared to students in maybe smaller universities and smaller unions.
USI is a very valuable kind of resource for us to be able to have as sabbatical officers for lots of students, so we get training from them, so we're able to benefit the students on a day-to-day basis. They lobby the government, which obviously saves us a lot of time from being able to do that, so they organise meetings with ministers such as like Simon Harris, so we're able to lobby for the €1,000 reduction in fees, which was a huge win for USI. Obviously USI are still pushing for abolishment of third level fees, but it was a win for this year. The 50% travel reduction is another big one that they kind of lobbied the government for. The free contraceptives for under 25s.
The No campaign said that students haven't voted for the USI and they reject the additional €8 that students must pay to become a member. The campaign claims that the union only uses the money for themselves and questions the efficiency of the union as a whole.
The decision whether or not to stay in the USI is now in the hands of students. The referendum is taking place in parallel with the SU elections. 1,950 votes to either side are needed for a decision to be made. Muiris O'Cearbhaill, The College View.
That was the incorrect VT. We have another one on what are we even covering?
Myself and Sarah hit out on Monday.
That's what it was.
Microphones in hand to have a chat with a couple of the students around Glasnevin campus in particular to talk about, do they know how to vote? Do they know what the elections were? I think it's interesting to chat to first years about this because it's one of those times of the year where they really, I think, start to feel like first years again once they started to settle in because they have no idea what's going on.
I wasn't on campus in first year. I hate to keep bringing this up, but for yourself, what did you think of that?
Last year.
Last year, yeah.
You could definitely see, I think this year it all kind of started with a bang. It kind of hit last Monday or Tuesday and suddenly there was posters, there was t-shirts, there was campaign teams everywhere ahead of campaigning starting on Valentine's Day at 1 o'clock on the 14th of February. Last year it kind of slipped in slowly, posters kind of started going up. There wasn't really a solid, there was hustings but they weren't, let's say it's made, like obviously we had a whole camera crew and team thanks to the lads from MPS over outside the offices last week. I think it can be a little bit overwhelming for students sometimes. It can be overwhelming for people to see, which I think we saw on Monday, which hopefully we've ready to go. We have that footage now.
We have it now, so roll it.
Do you guys know how to vote tomorrow?
I know it's on loop and they said it'd be open from 7 to 10 or something, but I wouldn't be too sure where on loop, so I'm sure I could figure it out probably.
Yeah, no, I've heard the same. We were just talking to one of the lads earlier, but no, I haven't really seen it advertised anywhere, but I know for sure it's on the loop.
Do you know anything about the elections or do you know how to vote?
No, not at all, and I'm so confused. I have had some people like come up to me and like talk to me about it, and I've seen the Instagrams and I'm agreeing with people, but I actually have no idea how to vote.
When it comes to voting, are you guys sure like how to vote? Do you know how to vote?
Well, no, I don't actually know like how to vote. I would have seen like a lot of like people saying, "Oh, yeah, vote for me," but it's like, okay, but how like do we vote for you? I'm not entirely sure in terms of that, whether it's been made clear or not, and I've just completely missed it, been sleeping under a rock or something, not entirely sure. But no, I haven't seen much of like where you can actually...
So I'm here with Cara, who's a first year multimedia student. Cara, we were chatting there and you were saying to me, you don't know that much about the elections.
No, I know absolutely nothing. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what they're for. I don't know any of the people.
I know that someone followed me on Instagram, so I'll probably just vote for them. I don't know.
And that was a clip from Amy McLoughlin and Sarah O'Tuma earlier this week. Talk to me about what you found in that.
A lot of, I have no clue what's going on, which I think was probably the thing. If I could go back on one day, if I had €1 for every time somebody had said that to me, I'd be a rich woman. People were very confused about what was going on, but probably they knew about well-being, knew about the presidential race, knew there was a referendum, but were very unsure about what they were voting for. If they voted yes, what would that mean? If they voted no, what would that mean? And a lot of people, when they were coming to voting, kind of saying, oh, well, I know this person because they're friends with this other person I know, or they are part of this society, which hopefully, I don't know, I think what's I saw on Monday is kind of reflected in the voter turnout that we have today.
Definitely, exactly. And I mean, one of the things that stood out to me was like someone was like, I'm agreeing with all these people, and like I understand what they're saying, and I'm like, totally, I want this, but I don't know how to vote.
Yes, people have no idea how to vote, and what I've seen over the last 2 days is people saying it takes so long.
It does.
It's so annoying. Throw in the fact that we have to do this 2-step verification thing now, which takes forever if you get it at the wrong time of the day. The interest in voting seems to be very down.
Totally. I mean, it's just like it's not a fun thing to do, really, is it?
No, but you got to do it.
But anyway, we are joined here with Louise Hickey, the news editor of the College View, who wants to talk to... No, I'm only talking. So what do you want to say, Louise? Louise is going to talk to us about this currently. Last night we did see the elections, or yesterday evening we did see the first sort of numbers on the election statistics. The lowest we saw at the time was Affiliation, which was 503. But in the full-time roles, it was Academic Life, which is where there's only one person
running.
So, Louise, tell me a little bit about what you think and what your thoughts are on the turnout at the moment.
Yeah, so I think this is a really busy week on campus. This should be one of the most busy and exciting weeks with the SU elections, but also with it being RAG week. Like everybody is here for events. There's people in trolleys outside.
It's all going on.
It's crazy. Like we were trying to film some vox pops before this, and it was so hard to just get out of that noise because it's so busy. Yet the voter numbers are so low, and we need over 10% for the election results to go ahead. We only met that quota this morning, and this is probably the best time for people to vote. So it's a little bit worrying that we're not seeing those numbers rise. At least we know that the election will go ahead tonight. But in terms of the USI, that's where I think a lot of candidates are worrying still, just because we haven't reached that quota. And there's just a lack of interest there overall. Students just
I think totally
don't
with
really care,
the quota with the USI, like
yeah.
That's kind of that's a goal that we need to reach, and if not, it's just going to keep happening until it does happen. But what we could look at though is like there was a little bit of a push last night. There was more information that went out on exactly how to vote and exactly how to do it. So Amy, can I ask maybe, what do you think of? What's your opinion of the turnout at the moment? Is it good enough?
No, and especially considering the fact that there's far more candidates running this year compared to last year. Like we were discussing it earlier, President was an unopposed, Wellbeing and Community and Citizenship were the only two races in the full-time positions that had like some competition. Every other position they ran uncontested, and more people came out to vote. Almost double it's looking like at the minute. Like the referendum on the latest poll that came out, we're talking 1,359. They had well over 3,000 people vote last year, and close to 4,000 people voted in 2021. We are trying to find the figures for the 2022 election. If somebody from the DCUSU is watching this and can give us a hand with that, that would be fantastic. But I just don't, like 3,000 would be great. That's what you're talking about, 3,350 or something is 30%, which is the aim at the minute. 5,000 has also been thrown around as an aim of from some current members of the SU. And then of course I was speaking to Brandon Perry last week, who said his big aim would have been 50%. Now he did of course say that that is a buildable thing, and it's not going to happen this year. It's probably not going to happen next year. It's certainly not going to happen this year anyway, and it may not happen the year after that. But we're going, rather than towards that aim of 5,000 people or more than that of 50%, we're kind of seeping back now.
Well, what I might ask both of you actually then is, like, if there's a vote of 10%, do you think that's kind of fair? Like, is it representative of the student body? Considering, I feel like 30%, we're never going to get, I think it's going to take a very long time for 50% of students. Students don't vote. They don't even vote in local or general elections, you know? So, like, is it right to suggest that 50% of people should vote this year? I don't think so. But is it even worse that only 10% have actually done so?
I just think it's not representative of the student body. You know, like 10% of people in this room, you know, like it just doesn't make any sense. How many people are in this room right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like that would be like 4 of us. It's more like a majority rules than anything. And in this sense, it's a minority. It's only 10% of the student body, which is just not big enough, considering when these are the people who
just over half of one of us.
Yeah,
is 10%.
It doesn't make any sense. And these are the people who are going to the government, who are going to international bodies to lobby on behalf of the students of DCU.
It's so weird, like, considering we have so many political courses here and students involved in politics, the media, students who should care. It's so weird that the turnout is so low. And if you look back to even like 10 years ago, like I have some stats from 2016 here.
Wow. Yeah.
So looking back, they were voting on this exact issue and there was a huge interest. So at the time there was 2,304 votes cast, and out of these 2,176 voted to remain in the USI.
Wow.
So that's over 94%, you know, and this year we're like begging people
to come out and vote. Like if we look back, we were all there the day of the walkout. Like there was far more than 3,000 people at that walkout, whether it was on Glasnevin or Pats or All Hallows. Nearly the entire university walked out of lectures that day about an issue that they cared about. So I wonder, is it a thing that students aren't actually realising that there is a connect with this? That if you care about this issue, you need to get out and use your vote for the right person to ensure that this issue is dealt with properly.
I think, especially with the USI sort of point, like that they were very key in that momentum in building that sort of that campaign, and the fact that that kind of fell flat. I don't know if that's going to really have an impact. That could, I think, really have an impact even on the amount of people who care about those things. Like walking out and for a reason like the cost of living, and to show that like it's affecting students. I mean, people are going to want to do that. It's easy. You don't have to go through, you know, different. You don't have to talk to anyone. You can just do it. You know, you're making a point. You're making a statement. You're almost voting with your feet. But when you look at this sort of thing and the way the momentum slowed down, especially in the USI part, which we'll get to later on. Actually, they've already seen the VT on it, but we will get to that later on, and we'll talk to someone from the no vote and the yes vote on that. But we have to kind of look at it like, if there's a lack of momentum, are people going to be interested? Like we were told, there's going to be a lot more of these. There's going to be a lot more of these events and campaigns and protests, and there never was. So I think your point that they're just not interested is exactly right.
I wonder, is that because of what the candidates are putting forward? Like, should they be putting forward more stuff to do with walking out and cost of living? Like, is that what students care about rather than entertainment or events, you know?
And is it a thing that they're kind of looking like, let's take the presidential race, for example, which is the most voted on race. People know Thomas O'Dowd. They know his face. They've seen him around. He looks like it's looking like at the minute he's probably ahead in the race. Is it the kind of thing then of like, right, I'm not really bothered to go out and vote then if he's going to win without my vote?
Yeah. I think also, like, I know I'm the one meant to be like being interviewed here, but I'm going to ask you a question.
Go
Of course.
There's no rules here today.
Yes. But do you think the way of voting should be changed then to be made easier, or does that go against the point completely? Because if people aren't bothered to log on to Loop, then
I think it's great that it's on Loop, because I think it makes it accessible for people on Intra, people who could be on Erasmus abroad, people who are here in person. Do I think that it takes a long time? Yeah, I think it does in some places. You have to go in, you have to put your preferences in, and then as well you have to understand what it means, what the preference vote means, which is difficult in this case because it appears to be a first past the post election, but we're voting by preference, which doesn't really make that much sense to me. And then you have to go down through and you have to make sure that you voted for every single person. And you're going into every category. Maybe they should look at doing it in a different way. They used to vote in person, they don't anymore. I do think probably the electronic way is the best way to go going forward. They probably would have gotten a smaller turnout if it had been done in person. I do think it takes a long time to vote, and I do think it throws people off.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think as well, it's just like there's nothing there that's pushing students to do so. It's not as if the SU changing, it happens every year. So if there's only like 2 or 3 people who are actually going to change positions, does it really matter if the president's going to be the same, or if the academic person is going to be the same, or if there's only one person diversity or whatever? You know what I mean? It's like, I think the point that we said earlier as well is right. Is that I don't know if anyone really knows what the SU does, apart from the people like us who are like interested in it.
Because we all get an email. We get an email every week from the Students' Union. I'd love to know how many people just skip over it or send it straight to junk mail or archive it or something like that. Like how many students actually sit and read these emails. I will say, from my point of view, I think that this year the SU have been a lot more visible than they were last year. You will see them around a lot more often. You will see them at a lot more society events, which can be important as well. And that's where you drum up support sometimes, is in societies and going and meeting people, rather than just the week before you're running going, okay, well now I need to start getting to know people. Been doing it since the beginning. We did see, compared to last night, this was 8:48 a.m. this morning. You can see Science and Health, it's somewhere between 400 and 450 people by that's this morning. That was last night compared to this morning. It's jumped again, and it's jumped again. It's closer to 600 now. So they're getting there. Yeah. But it's these roles, it's the part-time roles, it's the people who are actually directly lobbying for individual courses. I think they're very important races, and people can tend to forget about those. But the turnout's not been all that bad. Institute of Education running unopposed. The Science and Health race is as you can see, the most voted for part-time race. And Adam Daly is running unopposed.
However, there was a lot of reopen nominations posters for that role and that role alone going up. I did speak to Adam about that, and he said that he met the person who was putting them up and was just like, oh, it's a democratic process. That needs to be, it needs to be highlighted that someone could open and reopen the nominations if they chose to do so. But then he was kind of questioning, well, then why aren't you doing the same thing for all the other unopposed?
Hopefully we'll have Adam with us later on.
Hopefully, yes.
To kind of chat and see his take on that. It is the only race that we have seen a very forceful reopen nominations campaign for. So it'll be interesting to see how that one goes. And then, of course, you can see with the referendum this morning, there was a few worries. We're not even halfway there. By 2 o'clock today, we're about 3/4 of the way there. So hopefully by 7 we get there. If not, we'll all be back in about 3 weeks to figure out what's going on.
Just with the USI referendum as well, on the current members of the Student Union and on the Student Union's Instagram, they're promoting to vote to stay within the USI. And it's just, unless you're a big nerd like I am and look into it and vote why we should stay there, why we shouldn't stay there, it's quite hard to see as an average student why we should leave the USI, and I feel like that could be a major issue in terms of keeping those votes fair.
We've seen the no campaigns points. Some of them are not factually correct, as has been cleared up by several people. It's €76,000 is needed to run the union every year. USI, it's not €156,000, and I think that's obviously the route they're going down of. It's more expensive for students to pay for the USI, but there's also the argument that the USI, without the USI, if we were out on our own, would we be able?
You also have to look at, though, if the USI are pushing for complete abolishment even of all fees for third level students. If that is to happen, will there still be a requirement for us to pay that membership fee? Now, I mean, I think it'd be a little bit more clear if that were to happen. Well, I am unsure where that money goes. I mean, we saw, as I spoke about earlier on, we had a lot of momentum with the various different campaigns that, I mean, I've covered it over the last year and a half, that there was various different campaigns, but all of them kind of fell flat a little bit. They started off with a bang. There was 2 or 3 kind of really big events that grabbed attention. They were able to start talks and things like that, and then the USI kind of molded them all together and made this one large campaign. But again, I'm a little bit confused as to what happened with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that's another sort of, just for balance as well. Like the way that the students are represented by the USI, there's an additional fee that goes on your fees to have that representation. And if the students don't feel like they're doing enough for them, the only way the biggest way to say you're not doing enough is voting no. I mean, it's not an opinion of mine, but I think it's kind of fair to say that you should look at what do they do for you specifically. And I think that should pretty much be a better question to ask. Should we keep the USI? Do they benefit you, or do the USI benefit you directly? And that's what the type of questions should be asked, not how much money is being spent from students on the USI. What's the USI using the money for? It should be less about money. It should be more about, are they actually assisting it?
Yeah, and they're not very visible here on campus.
No.
Like there's no representative of the USI. You see them every now and again. You see them at careers fairs and clubs and socks fairs. You'll see every now and again, you might see somebody from the USI down, but it's very difficult to understand as a student who may not be as well informed. But you have to go and look for this information yourself.
Yeah, you have to really dig to find this. And the fact that, the current members of the Students' Union right now are giving their reasons, and they're all very for staying within the USI. The fact that they're speaking about it and they're such knowledgeable people, they're people that speak to us directly, who we see on Instagram every day, it can sway votes, and it's a little bit worrying that we're not meeting the quota, but the people that are voting are seeing all this coverage, so it should probably be looked at, and I don't know if it does reopen, it should be.
Final thoughts. Let's think about our final thoughts. Do you think we're going to get a big push? Can you see a big push happening?
No. I think, we've reached our highest point in the campaign in terms of people on campus. I don't think there's going to be a big push at all, especially with the turnout so far.
Amy?
I think they'll get close. I think they'll be painstakingly close to it. I don't know if it'll go over. I don't know if they're going to get there today. What you can see down below today, and is if you are walking around, there's a lot more of a push just to vote. And candidates saying, we don't care who you vote for, please go on to Loop and vote. So we will see how it works, what happens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Louise, for your help. And we will be moving on to I think we'll have Adam Daly in a few minutes, so we might go take a quick break and sort all that out. So stick with us, and we'll be speaking about science and health. And keep watching the College View coverage of the election. Finishes keep
God
voting.
knows what time
But
tonight.
God knows what time. It starts at 7.
We all want it over. Please vote. So
Yeah,
it can just be
do
over.
vote so we can
We
be
don't
on
have to
it.
listen to Matthew.
Yeah.
Got to break?
Matthew looks a bit that
You just did it.
What's the scene? What's the scene? Set the mood.
I know you value your trophy. This man is a bit crippled with the knees. Okay, go.
What happened to you?
I have a fucking trouble on that scene in the elevator was like an elevator, like we're in this moment. It's standing in the room. The elevator goes up. The door's open. She just stands there. She's going 1 4 hours. Just standing.
That's like
it's so awkward. It's just like, bro, just move out of the way.
Stop on guy. This guy. He looks like a homeless person who's just doing no job. We went dumpster diving.
All fans from bananas have been somewhere.
Like a tumbleweed. No, like I think I left it down.
You might take a look at your proofs, by the way.
Okay. 21st of February.
I like how this. Look at this Instagram post about training chest. Don't train chest once per week. Train it twice. Only do bench press. Get a strong incline. Train for the pull.
No, incline
Follow
bench
a
press.
structure.
Let's just do normal bench press and a bit of overhead press.
You wouldn't have it for the business with that equal is the home before class starts. That guy will only bring like an office training. Says a lot. Only one.
Like where your beard, it's like so much more.
Why didn't you go to a fucking orphanage? What are they gonna do? Tell their fucking parents?
Frank! Frank!
What the fuck is with it? No, go on. Maybe I can try much. Just staring, like for a solid 5 minutes.
Frank!
What? Dominic! Shut up!
Welcome back to the College Views election coverage, or coverage of the SU elections. I am joined by... Is it joined with or joined by?
Whichever you feel best about.
Okay, well, I'm joined with...
We're doing it together.
Adam Daly.
Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you. No, I've already met you loads of times before, but you are the candidate for the representative of the Science and Health faculty.
Yeah.
So you're already the Science and Health rep.
I am, yeah.
So do you want to tell me a little bit about have you enjoyed the role over the last year?
It's been a lot of work.
Yeah.
But I've really, really enjoyed it. I think there's something really fun. Like I study psychology, right? So I get a lot of joy out of being able to help people. And I think this role has really empowered me to be able to do that. And on top of that, it's been really fun getting to know the people in the faculties. You know, whether it be staff or students alike, the amount of personalities that are inside the faculty and the community and as well. I really, really enjoyed it, yeah.
Now, obviously, I'm not part of one of this faculty, but I am interested to know, like, what is the kind of feelings around the faculty, like as a whole. And do you think, like, because I mean, I wouldn't know who was there previously before you. So do you think maybe it's a little bit better? Can you get a better vibe around the faculty, around the whole school?
So I'm not going to comment on anyone that was elected previously, just because that feels a bit poor taste, regardless of if they did a good or a bad job. I think that in my experience, being faculty rep, I think I've improved things.
Yeah, great.
I think there's so many issues in Science and Health, and it's derived from the fact that it is, in my opinion, my very biased opinion, probably the most diverse faculty in the course content that is provided. You know, you have the nursing cohort, which is like, has so many unique issues specific to that. And then you have, say, like financial actuarial maths, which is kind of leaning almost towards business. And then you have like the harder sciences like chemistry, biology, astrophysics, and then you have the more kind of social sciences like what I do, which is psychology or health and society.
Yeah.
So I think there's so much.
Such a broad
exactly.
range.
It's such a broad faculty that the issues in it are very sparse. Or equally, when you get an issue that does affect everybody, it's hard to come up with a solution that works for everyone, whether that be with staff or with students. I think maybe one thing that I haven't been fantastic at this year is publicising the things that I have done, because it always feels a little like narcissistic to be like.
Sure, as well, I can imagine getting that work done or whatever it is. Like it obviously takes a lot of time, this job.
Yeah,
and I mean, I have to go on to anyone who goes for these types of things. But I think the last thing you'd want to do then is be like, oh, look what I did. It's more like, I don't want to look at that ever again.
It is that vibe. And I suppose, like, you're going for a part-time officer position. You know, you're not going to be like, you're on the Students' Union, but you're not one of the people on the Students' Union. You're not one of the 5 sabbaticals that everyone sees. You know, you're not going to have a poster with your face on it. You're not getting paid. You know, there's no kind of that aspect of it. Like, I really think if you're running for a PTO position while you're in a course, like, you're doing it because you genuinely care. And like, for example, one thing that I was really happy to achieve was a reading week for the entire faculty.
You guys didn't have a reading week? Wow, I never knew that.
Yeah, it's complicated. There's a reading week in semester 2 for some courses, but for a lot of courses this year is the first one that they'll have one. Because
Across the board?
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, obviously, there are again exceptions to that because of the diversification. So, for example, unfortunately, the nursing cohort won't get that. Because of the way their placement falls and the way that their class hours have to be kind of smushed. A semester 1 reading week was something that we really looked at today, this year, because it's intense. Like science and health courses are really difficult, and there's a reason why they have so many CAO points because they're highly competitive. And the amount of stress that's experienced in that first kind of semester is really intense to do without a break. However, unfortunately, because of a variety of issues, it just wasn't possible. So it was just about turning the attention and redirecting and getting the semester 2 one for everyone.
Well, I mean, would you hope to kind of continue that trend on for the next year and year on?
I've made a deal with the faculty that it'll be there for forever, essentially, unless decisions are made at a higher level. But whoever takes over my position after me will be informed about it and then have their ability to have their say about that.
Very good.
So it's about ensuring longevity for this type of thing as well, because the role isn't about me, it's about helping students. So it's about empowering who comes after me as well to do it. One thing as well that I was really, really happy to achieve was semesterly assignment lists. So in science and health, a lot of the time, because the course content is so dense, you're only really getting your list of assignments or finding out that information sometimes week 7, week 8, quite late in the semester. So one thing that I really pushed this year amongst the faculty was getting the course chair people to coordinate with the school chair people to coordinate with the course chair people to make up this list of assignments to send out within the first 3 or 4 weeks. And I believe it was 70 or 80% of courses actually got that information. Now that 20% is something that needs to be addressed going forward, and that's just due to some schools within the faculty not really having that uptake from the staff. But on a broad margin, a lot of science and health students this semester and last semester will now have more opportunities to finish their work.
Brilliant.
Really good.
Another kind of thing I want to ask then is about this year. You want to kind of broaden out the fun side of college, because I know myself, I have a lot of friends in nursing, I have a lot of friends in science, and I mean my brother,
I hope you told him to vote for me now.
my brother, he isn't here, he's over in Trinity, but he's doing a science course, so I already know what's involved in those long hours and lab work and all that extra stuff that they have to do. But you want to bring in sort of extracurricular stuff, and
100%.
I remember one of the things he said at the hustings was you get to slide tackle your least favourite lecture. And I thought that was a pretty good...
It's nice, it's fun.
Is that something you want to focus on now?
100%. I think
you got the reading weeks, you got all that stuff down.
This year, I suppose the way I'd word it is that there are a lot of issues in science and health.
Yeah.
And they have not been addressed before. So a lot of the time for me this academic year was working on fixing those issues and also kind of mending relationships with members of staff. To the point where now I would consider the role quite well respected amongst the staff because of the kind of bridges that I built. So next year I'm looking to do more project-based work. So I've already started with the kind of staff-student coffee mornings. And the reason for that, I think it's easy to look at social stuff as just social stuff. But there's always a scheme behind it, right?
Yeah, it's the further sort of
the
further development that will happen from it.
A social thing like staff and government or faculty football, although it's a really good chance for students to socialise and have that outlet that they wouldn't normally have because they have the long lab hours and they don't really engage in societies maybe as much. I think it's also a really, really valuable opportunity to get to know members of staff. So then if you do ever have an issue or you're really struggling and you just need an extra bit of help, that it doesn't feel scary. Exactly. It doesn't feel like a big deal to get in contact with the lecturer and make that step towards getting the support that you need.
So you become almost more comfortable with
that
type
you feel
of
more
stuff.
comfortable.
Exactly,
you see them as people. And it just creates healthier relationships within the faculty, a better community, and it'll lead to more academic success, I think. I believe.
And then just lastly then is the reception you've gotten from students, because you're
race is actually the most voted race in
proportionally
the
yeah.
PTOs, proportionally, of course, yes. So I would like to know, like, what's the reception been like when you talk to students? Do they recognise the achievements that you've done last year, and are they excited for what you could do again?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously we'll have to wait for the vote to come out to decide that.
Yeah.
But I mean, in my personal experience, I found it overwhelmingly positive.
Great.
I think I've tried to make the role a lot more visible, because I find, especially with the part-time officer roles, that it can be easy to kind of do the work but fade into the background a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So even just having like fun little things, I think students, they know me. You know, they know my face, they feel comfortable, kind of, I say hi to half the faculty in the morning, kind of coming into campus, like that type of thing.
Yeah.
It's I feel that there's more of a sense of community, and
Good.
I feel like the students hopefully feel that as well. And I think, although I maybe haven't publicised the achievements that I've gotten in terms of like the reading week or anything like that, I think students have seen from like one-on-one work that I've done with them. I think I've worked one-on-one with over 50 to 100 students individually, wow. And then I have a class group chat and I text frequently different class reps about any issues or any ideas that they have to get them involved as well, because again, any role in the student union isn't about the person that's in it. Like, I'm only as good as much as I empower my class reps, and the class reps are only as good as they can empower their students, and I would like to think that I've achieved that.
Great. Well, so building on that teamwork, making it possible to slide tackle your least favourite lecturer and giving reading weeks. That's really good. Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
And we'll head to another break. Well, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
And I hope to speak to you later on.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pass first, sure.
I already did.
Yeah, you passed now, so.
Now work. I did, now I gotta go to hell.
Yeah! Wait, how many minutes did you say you have left?
We got him that day.
Now we should have time for this. This is work.
I didn't leave a laptop, did I?
No.
What is a laptop?
Yeah. See you, man.
Here with Josh, one of the HSS candidates. So what are you kind of looking forward to? How is the campaign going so far?
The campaign's going pretty well. I've talked to an awful lot of students. I've had a mountain of class addresses to do today, a full schedule. But yeah, no, just trying to get people to get out and vote is the main thing.
Yeah. And how do you think voter turnout will be? Obviously that's kind of the question on everybody's lips, but do you have a good feeling, or do you think it's going to be, you know, the 30% from last year?
Yeah, well, I mean, 30% was, I think, in the president's election, so it was much lower in HSS. I think we had about 520-something students vote in HSS, which is obviously a lot less than the students that we have. So I'd be hoping that we'd get a lot more out. Obviously, a big part of my campaign is going to all three campuses, visiting All Hallows, Pats and Glasnevin. So I'd hope that me reaching out to those students would be getting students who haven't voted before to come out in the elections and vote for me.
And what's kind of the one thing that you think like HSS students need? Like, what's your number one point in your campaign?
My number one point, I think the main thing we need is effective representation and someone who can work with staff to achieve the things that will help students get through their daily lives.
Okay, so we're here with Circa, who is also running for HSS rep. How are you getting on?
Good. It's been busy. It's been fun though.
And how do you think campaigning is going so far? You know, do you feel like you've talked to a lot of students over the past few days?
I think it's going really well so far. I think I've been putting my best foot forward. I've been doing the best I can, and I'm more just enjoying the process. You know, I want to do the best I can, so it's going well, I think.
And a few of us on the College View team have noticed that your Instagram and your stand and even your outfit, as we can see today, is all pink. I know that seems like a very stupid question, but is there a specific reason for that, or?
Well, there were two reasons. One of them being that I wanted all my posters and everything to stand out. So when you look at the wall and you're looking at all these posters, you know, there's this hot pink and you can't ignore it. So you see the hot pink and, you know, you've got me wearing hot pink every single day since I started the campaign. And also I own a lot of pink. So it makes sense to, you know, use it for my campaign clothes. I'd have to buy loads of more clothes to, you know, make it work. But yeah, it's also just a fun colour.
What kind of encouraged you to run? What made you think that you wanted the role?
Honestly, this kind of work has been something I've always done and something I've always enjoyed. I've always really loved working with people and helping people to raise their voices. It's just something I've always done. It just kind of felt right to continue it. I thought I could do a good job in the role. It's something I would really love to do. I'd love to be an advocate for students on a wider level. And yeah, that's kind of why I decided to run.
And speaking of the role, what is one thing that you think you will bring to the role? What is your number one priority if you do get it?
Well, one of my number one priorities, I've got two big ones, but one of them is I want to expand the courses that get career fairs here in DCU. You know, it can kind of feel like it's just law students within the HSS faculty, Humanities and Social Science faculty. And I think, you know, communications, multimedia, journalism, translation studies, there could be so many more opportunities for career fairs for those students to make those connections before they actually leave college, and also get internships, and that's one of the things I'd love to do if I was elected.
That was our very own Sarah O'Toole speaking to both of the candidates for the Humanities and Social Sciences representative race. I'm delighted now to be joined in studio by two of our very own College View writers. How are we doing, Rory and Liam?
Hey,
You're very welcome along to some election day coverage. It's been a bit of a bad week.
It has. It's been an up and down week, I think, for a lot of people.
You guys have been outside kind of milling around. How's the atmosphere going? I think it's kind of starting to wind down now ahead of the big reaction to results.
I've just arrived, but it seems like, I don't know, pretty hectic out there to me anyway, but I've just arrived. Maybe it was busier earlier. But a lot of people frantically running around. I saw Brandon Perry running around, and he's trying to get people to vote. He wants to go down to the accommodation blocks, he was saying, and try and knock on doors.
To get them to vote in the referendum.
Yeah.
I think he might head up to Shannon or Gateway even to get a bit of support.
It's been a really interesting week to kind of see how everybody has reacted to different campaigns, the ideas that are floating around. We're obviously all humanities and social sciences students as journalism students, and we're looking at these two candidates now, Josh Lull and Sorcha Rosenberg, who at some point, one of them by 8 o'clock tonight will be representing us in the next academic year, and hopefully it's one of them and we're not left with a reopen nominations campaign. Both of them running two very different campaigns. Sorcha is talking a lot about running careers fairs, the likes that the law and business students get for students like us. I know you guys are all on the hunt for intra placements at the minute. You're all looking down the barrel of final year projects. Do you think something like that going into your final year and going into DCU karting they're pulling for the end of the karting race? We apologise for any noise interference in the back of the broadcast. Do you think having something like a business and careers fair might make it easier for you guys to go on the hunt for intra placements?
Well, I thought it was a good idea when I heard it. I thought that's a good idea. I like that obviously there's a lot of focus on getting a job immediately after you graduate, but I think bringing that earlier makes a lot of sense. Why wait until you're out of college before you start going to these fairs and exploring your job opportunities? I think it's a good idea myself.
Yeah, it would be a very good opportunity, I suppose, for students like us to network, which, okay, everyone has their LinkedIn or whatnot, and that's the way of doing it, or meeting people at events and whatnot, but some students don't have access to it, so I think, it would be a good idea from that perspective.
Josh, on the other hand, sorry, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Just especially for journalism students, networking is so crucial. So I think, especially for us, I think it would work really well, those fairs. Yeah.
Josh is running more on a side of everyday issues that students come about in timetabling, especially for joint honours students who aren't as lucky as us to just search JR 1, 2 or 3 into open timetable. They have to go module by module by module, which I'd say is a pain if you're doing a lot of modules at once. The other thing, Liam, which you had quite a vocal reaction to, is this 24-hour rule.
Well, I had a vocal reaction on my phones were off. I'm a more mediation reaction. I don't think it's a great idea, to be honest. I think the point of a deadline is that it's a deadline. I mean, you can't have a deadline and then have a 24-hour period, in my opinion, after that, where that's the real deadline. There has to be a cut-off point at some point, and that's the point of the deadline. So yeah, I don't think the 24-hour grace period, as he called it, I'm not sure if it makes a whole lot of sense, to be honest.
Yeah, because for us, anyway, the rules in the School of Communications are every day it is late, it's 5% docked off the mark up to 7 days, and then after that nothing is accepted. Do you think that for a student who is 2 minutes late over the deadline that they should lose 5% just to somebody who is 24 hours over the deadline?
I don't, but I also don't think in reality that's what would happen in the vast majority of cases. So I think lecturers are human. They understand that people can be ever so slightly late, and they're usually quite forgiving about those kind of things, I would imagine. I don't think there's a raft of students out there who've submitted 2 minutes late and are dealing with 5% deductions across the board. What do you think, Rory?
I would agree pretty much with what you just said there, Liam. A deadline's a deadline, and I think especially for the likes of people studying courses like journalism, you got to work to a deadline. Yeah, exactly. We'll go out of here in a few months' time, and it's going to be all on deadlines. So the very fact that a deadline plus one a deadline, an extra deadline. I don't know where he wants to.
Because at the end of the day, if it's a
like, where does it end,
24-hour grace period, is there not still a deadline at the end of those 24 hours?
That's exactly it.
So
Some
like,
people will see the deadline and say, well, another day, and that's my real deadline.
Yeah.
You know?
Push the deadline one day more. I don't know.
Would you guys be of the opinion that the humanities and social sciences portfolio would be one of the tougher jobs? Because it's quite a broad stretch of different courses. You're talking people who are doing things like political science, and like obviously politics and media are connected, but they're by no means the same course. Do you think that whoever is elected into this role will have a tough time covering all bases?
I mean, like you said, the spread of courses is like there's such a vast range of courses that definitely, exactly what you said, I think that it is a tough job. I'm not sure exactly what it entails, to be honest, but I would imagine with that spread of courses, with that diverse range of needs, that there are a lot of demands on the humanities rep, definitely. Yeah.
I would like to see like more of a. There's obviously a lot of demands, but you'd like to see maybe more representation of that person in the role, because I don't feel like with, like, okay, I can tell you who the current faculty rep is, but I don't feel like you can, you don't really see his presence around, which is something that I think would be good to see.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I think we've gotten a few. We definitely have gotten emails over this year, but probably more, maybe even class visits. If there's an issue with your course, I wouldn't say that the faculty rep would be the first person you would think of going to in that instance.
I actually don't know.
Glenn Scott.
Glenn Scott, okay, I didn't know. And I've seen him around, but I didn't know who it was.
Do you think then that's a thing, Liam, that maybe the individual reps do need to kind of step up a little bit more to the plate?
I don't know. I don't want to criticise Glenn. I know he's a nice guy, but I think maybe he wasn't as visible as maybe he could have been. Like Rory was saying,
You just want to be able to like put a face to the name. I know him to see, but just about. So like, you want to have someone who you feel like you can go. This is more of a presence, basically. So.
As humanities students, is there anything in particular you'd like to see the new representative kind of take on over the next academic year, as final years as well?
We're heading away, I think. I don't know. There's nothing particular for me, but I do like the idea that of the fairs, having the career fairs before you graduate. I think that's a good idea. It's a solid one.
Because there's so many of us already working, so many people in second and third year journalism who already have jobs. And for those of us who maybe are not as privileged to already have connections in the industry, they're definitely needed, because it's tough to get your foot in the door.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is very tough, and even like you see people now, like in our course, maybe scrambling to get opportunities and whatnot, and like maybe panicking a bit, but just the addition of like some sort of a fair, even if it isn't like first semester of third year, would be probably quite beneficial.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be chatting all things business, the business race, which is one of the most hotly contested races at the minute in the part-time roles, as well as the USI referendum after a short break.
Theo MacDonald from the College U here. We're here with Katie. Katie, what has the reception been like on campus today?
You know what? I feel like campus has been, in the past 2 days, has been absolutely electric. Like, people have been so friendly and so supportive, and I'm really encouraging everyone to vote for me as well, and everyone's been really friendly to that and open to the ideas once I discuss my manifesto with them. So it's actually been a very positive experience, not as scary as I thought, so that was nice too.
And so what issues are you running on, if you could summarise your manifesto briefly?
To summarise my manifesto, is that like what I want to do?
Yes.
Yeah, essentially like what I've been saying to students when I'm trying to give them the brief rundown, because you know when you don't want to interrupt people for too long. Essentially, a couple of main points are implementing a Movember-based campaign here for men's mental health and supporting that. Also having a psychiatrist as part of the counselling service. So, you know, if you, like personally, I've been to the counselling service and you don't want to walk in there and not have, you know, the issues, you know, that have arisen to not be resolved or.
So mental health would be your priority.
Mental health really is a priority right now, and that's really like. And people.
Do you feel the college is neglecting it kind of at the moment, or?
A little bit. When you kind of read up on the policies that are on the website, and they say like, but it's only kind of done by urgency. I was actually saying on a podcast yesterday, that's quite disappointing for students as well. So I'd really urge to change that and have everyone get in as quickly and as you know as quick as possible. It's very important. And then as well as that, when I'm discussing it, I'm discussing it like a lot of awareness about, you know, sexual and domestic abuse as well. I've been kind of talking briefly about women's aid and the 2 into You movement as well. I think like people actually don't know about that, and that's very surprising. I know it's only kind of a new movement, but it's very interesting. I'd love it discussed a lot more in college as well. I know they did a pop-up here a couple of weeks ago and I went myself, but I really would love that discussed, particularly targeting unhealthy relationships as well. So I've been saying that to students too. But I keep going because there's a lot. I've been saying so much.
Very enthusiastic. So best of luck, Katie.
Thank you so much,
and,
guys.
Yes,
2 hours to go.
Yes, 2 hours to go.
Thank you.
Don't forget to vote.
In the most hotly contested races, the well-being candidates, why did I say Emily Warren? Is that an actor?
I don't think so.
Katie
You've
Warren,
just made that up
anyway.
in your head. As you can tell, folks, it's been a long week here at the College View.
Well, Katie Warren just spoke to one of our reporters, Theo MacDonald. Amy, what do you think about that? I was almost going to call you Katie.
Everybody's face is just blurring into one. The well-being race I've been keeping an eye on all week.
Emily Warren is someone famous. Singer-songwriter. Thank you, researcher Rory.
Rory's moving from the sports department to entertainment next week. It's been a race that we've been keeping an eye on all week. Well-being is always, and has been for the last number of years, a very popular race. And I think that's probably just because of the generation that we're growing up in. Mm-hmm. We're all very, you know, mental health focused, well-being focused. It's a big part of everybody's campaign. As you can see across the board, nearly everybody who's running has some sort of well-being, mental health element to their campaign. I think this has been a really interesting experiment in how popularity factors into an election. Yeah. Katie Warren is very popular on the society side of DCU. She's a member of DCU Dance. She's a choreographer. She's very well known. A lot of her campaign team are also very well known. Sarah, on the other hand, is very popular in a different way. She's an awful lot more of an activist and has been seen, like you can kind of see from support on social media, has the support of the likes of Oisin McGovern, has the support of Thomas O'Dowd, has the support of some, we would call them heavy hitters within the SU. So I'll be interested to see how this goes. Both of them running 2 very different campaigns, both of them using different assets to see how their campaigns work. Katie Warren held a flash mob yesterday with several members of the Heels squad, not affiliated to DCU Dance, but all dancers, which I thought was an interesting way to go about things. I think she's a fantastic dancer and she's a fantastic choreographer and her work is unbelievable. Was Heels necessarily the best route to go? I don't know. Everybody's opinion kind of differs on that front. I thought it was a fantastic performance. I thought it was an interesting time of the day. The U was full. People certainly knew that Katie Warren was running for well-being. Sorry, Muiris, your face.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused because you're saying, I don't know if Heels is the best way to go.
Heels is a certain style of dance, which is what the girls danced in yesterday.
Oh, okay. See, I'm yeah.
Look, fair play to them.
I don't know how to
Going out
dance.
in 6 or 7 inch heels and a pair of tights in the middle of the U when it's full of people, it takes a lot of bravery. Everybody's opinion was kind of split on it. I would fall on the side of heels dancing, and it's all about body confidence. It's all about female empowerment. It's all about working together. And I think they were fantastic. I think it was a great idea for her. everybody's opinion is kind of split on it.
See, actually, you're saying everyone's opinion is split on it. I'm kind of the opposite. I was thinking, 'cause she kind of is all about that, empowering body image, good mental health, good sort of, I'm going to use the term vibes, but it's
never say that again.
Not a very professional term if I say so myself. But yeah, like it. I feel like the showing kind of a confident sort of
Very
side
much so.
to you might help her and
Yeah.
kind of benefit her in a sense. I'm interested though in the other side with Sarah.
Mhm.
I would question if it's fair for Sarah then because I mean I don't know if she can dance in heels, but she certainly hasn't been able to prove it. If you know what I mean.
Are you proposing a dance-off for the well-being
Yes,
race?
yeah, that's how we settle it. I hope it's a tied election the entire time.
And
no,
then have a
I think your
dance-off.
point, though. I think your point of popularity comes into play. Obviously, someone who is quite socially popular rather than kind of active.
Especially in a race like well-being.
Yes, yeah. But someone who's quite socially popular will have the confidence in a sense to be able to do that.
Mhm.
Whereas the activism with Sarah, that's all she cares about.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to dance. I don't want her to dance, even though I said she hasn't proved if she can or not. That was more of a joke. Sorry, Sarah. But yeah, the kind of question I would say though is it sort of bending the view of what well-being is supposed to be? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like election week falls on rag week, as we've all seen. We had things like the karting race going on outside. It just so happens that there's a lot of events going on that the candidates get involved in, which I think is to drum up support from students who don't necessarily know a lot about the elections. Strictly Come Pole Dancing was on last night, the Underwear Mile was on yesterday. We saw Thomas O'Dowd pushing Sarah who's running for Wellbeing in the trolley race. Like, maybe using those slightly more gimmicky parts of election week to drum up support is the way to go in certain races.
So you brought up the kind of Todd pushing Sarah in the trolley race. I mean, you said earlier on she has the support from the heavy hitters. But I don't know if that really matters in a student election. You know what I mean? Especially for this is kind of the point we've been talking about quite a lot. Is that a lot of people don't necessarily care for the politics of it, the politics side of it. More people care of what am I going to get benefit from? What am I going to benefit from this person being in the role? You know, and I feel Kerry Warren. I mean, focus on mental health, getting psychiatrists on campus, making it especially the focus on men's mental health as well. Yeah. I mean, they're very niche sort of things that target certain demographics, but they're quite popular.
Yes, and they're the main kind of fronted issues that when you think about well-being, what do we think about? Well, first of all, like, men's mental health is something that we are constantly trying to open the door on, expanding services, the counselling services. You would hear every day from students, I was waiting this long to get an email back from counselling to talk to somebody, I was waiting this long or that long.
Well, the kind of point I'm trying to make here is like, yeah, we could go back and forth talking about those popular ideas, but I mean with the support of the heavy hitters, as you call them, with Sarah, she obviously has something going on for herself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that the whole idea of the support side of things comes from the fact that for those students out there who aren't as well informed, who perhaps are only following the likes of the presidential election, will see, oh well, Thomas O'Dowd for president is reposting Sarah for Wellbeing. Maybe that's who I need to be voting for. Maybe that's...
I mean, if you also look at just the numbers itself, that we've 10%, just over 10% currently in the last figures that we've been given, were in the president election, and similarly, just over 10%, a little under the president election, was the well-being one. So they're obviously the most two popular ones that are going on right now, and it will be interesting to see who wins both, especially in this one, because. Yeah. I mean, there is these flashy sort of literally flash mobs. There's these, there's the activism side of it, where obviously Sarah is very passionate about the ideas that she's trying to bring to the role, And I mean, so is Katie, but she's kind of doing it in a more extravagant way. And it'd be interesting to find out what catches the eye of students more.
Because if we look at like Katie's manifesto, for example, increased mental health campaigns for body and food positivity, free gym trials and more membership options for students, breast check vans, which is a huge thing, free pregnancy tests, free drug testing kits on campus for in her physical well-being, in sexual well-being, strengthening the framework around sexual harassment and assault and allowing students to access safe sex services, expanding contraception range and availability on campus, and also she's talked a lot about ensuring that students are able to access the free contraceptive policy on campus through DCU Health, which was an issue at the beginning of the year, and I spoke to Louise Hickey about it. Like, she's picked topics, yes, they do slightly skew more female if we're looking at it from a demographic voting point of view, but it's very strong and it's very well laid out.
Totally. But again, similarly, Sarah has a huge focus on consent. And a huge focus on, I mean, here she wants to straighten framework around sexual assault and harassment. She wants to P for Pizza initiative, which is STI testing, where you get free pizza when you go. I hope you wash your hands if you do go to those things. She wants to expand safe sex education and services on campus. And then another one is student swipe card access to services. So get pregnancy tests, get condoms, get heat pads. But then also, similarly enough, free gym trial, cheaper and more diverse healthy lunch options, breast check vans. There's very huge similarities.
Yeah. If you look at Katie, like, she has a few different things: decrease of fee for parking, clamping. I would say, looking like what we've just talked about with Sarah, and then if we jump over to Katie's manifesto, Sarah's plans are probably better laid out. Totally. About how she would go about things, which is I think is an argument we can make just looking at the two different manifestos, but very, very similar. And I thought it was interesting that Sarah introduced herself at the hustings, which you can hear in the promo at the beginning of the show. You probably know me as one of the two blonde girls running for well-being, so I should probably start by introducing myself. And they've run very similar campaigns, just with two completely different personalities.
I mean, it's literally the exact same, a little bit different in some aspects. Obviously, there's a huge focus from Katie with the mental health side, and then there's a huge focus from Sarah on the sexual health side as well. But I mean, in this instance, it does come down to what we were talking about, which is what is actually going to get students to vote more. Is it the flashy things that will grab attention? I mean, we talked about it earlier on, the big sign she has right at the front door of the U. And
you can't miss it.
You can't at all. Or is it the kind of soft approach that Sarah has brought, where she has the experience, she knows exactly what she's talking about, she has it all laid out properly for all the students to look at, and I mean, maybe could be the better candidate. But in the same instance, they're both going for the same thing. They both have the same ideas. Yeah.
So we're going to chat about USI next after a short break.
We are indeed, and
it's getting exciting now. We're getting down to it. We're an hour and 9 minutes down for voting closing.
Yes, and we have a little bit of word from insiders in the SU to say that we are actually getting very close to being able to make a definitive decision on whether or not the student body should stay in the USI. So therefore, what we should be doing is saying, go out and vote if you haven't already. We're not going to tell you how to vote, obviously, but if you haven't already, do push it and see. I mean, if you've been following this, I think you get the idea of all of the campaigns by now. So make an informed decision, though. Check it out for yourself, and soon enough we'll be speaking to a few representatives from the yes and no side of the USI referendum that is happening today. So yeah, cheers.
In the week of the DCU student union elections, where the students decide between this candidate, or this candidate, or this candidate, or these candidates, the student union has also proposed a referendum. Should the student body remain a part of the Union of Students in Ireland?
So I think students should vote yes, because it provides support for local unions, it provides support for local students on the national issues. So you look at USI this year and what they've been able to provide support on. They've worked really heavily on the walkout. Now I know there was issues what came of that, but I think that's where we can play a better role and get more active and engaged. So I think they empower the student movement across the board in an equal way, and you don't have students that are in one union maybe higher up the chain in terms of their education and activism compared to students in maybe smaller universities, smaller unions.
USI is a very valuable kind of resource for us to be able to have as sabbatical officers but also students, so we get training from them, so we're able to benefit the students on a day-to-day basis. They lobby the government, which obviously saves us a lot of time from being able to do that, so they organise meetings with ministers such as like Simon Harris, so we're able to lobby for the €1,000 reduction in fees, which was a huge win for USI. Obviously USI are still pushing for abolishment of third level fees, but it was a win for this year. The 50% travel reduction is another big one that they kind of lobbied the government for. The free contraceptives for under 25s.
The No campaign said that students haven't voted for the USI and they reject the additional €8 that students must pay to become a member. The campaign claims that the union only uses the money for themselves and questions the efficiency of the union as a whole. The decision whether or not to stay in the USI is now in the hands of students. The referendum is taking place in parallel with the SU elections. 1,950 votes to either side are needed for a decision to be made. Muiris O'Cearbhaill, The College View. Welcome back to the College View's coverage of the DCUSU elections 2023. I've just lost the screen, so God, these never go smoothly, these intros, do they? Anyway, there's less than an hour to go to the polls, and we are going to be talking about one of the referendums that has been asked of us here in DCU. Actually, the only referendum this election season, and specifically, we're going to be talking to the no side. You just saw a VT there that I did about the claims that the no side have made and the claims that the yes side have made, and why we are being asked to basically cover and say whether or not we want to stay. I'm joined here with Nico, who is a representative of the No campaign. Am I correct in saying, do you run the campaign?
I'm one of the founders of the campaign, and I would describe myself as the chairperson of that campaign.
Chairperson, right. And why is it important so then to have a campaign that represents the no side?
Well, of course, you know, it is a referendum, and, you know, to any argument there are two sides. So essentially our whole argument is focused on actually, you know, making sure that the USI don't essentially get to cakewalk into DCU all over again, like they have done for the past number of years. You know, we've been advocating for a vote, you know, for years now at this point, so we're glad to have the vote and we're glad to argue against it.
And why is that then? Why do you kind of oppose USI then as a whole?
Well, could I oppose the USI completely as it stands? You know, the USI are nothing more than unelected bureaucrats, you know, that they're coming in here and they're telling us what to do. You know, firstly, we don't vote for the USI. You know, the people that run the USI are elected through, you know, a shadowy electoral college. Ordinary students such as myself or even you know, we don't get a vote in USI elections. And I think it's absolutely ridiculous that they get to come in and take our money, €76,000 every single year, and they get to spend it on their USI Congress, you know, champagne, caviar, fancy wines, God knows what else goes on at these congresses, and ordinary students are paying for it, you know, such as myself and you and everyone else, you know, on campus at the moment.
Okay, and do you not think though, do you not think though that money goes towards representing the students at all?
I don't think so. I mean, that could be done for free if they wanted to. If they feel really passionate about it, they can do it for free. Let's be real. They're essentially being paid at the moment to go out on the street and protest. You know, I can do that for free. You can do that for free. Every single student in DCU can do it for free. There are organisations in this country that are run entirely by volunteers without the need for €76,000 from DCU students' pockets. That's essentially what we're spending on them to go outside Liberty Hall with a nice flag and to wave it about.
But see, like, the thing that I would be asking is the DCUSU, they are also paid. They're paid sabbatical officers and we pay them as students. So is it not kind of the same thing?
You see, we elect those people. We have a vote, like we're voting for them right now. So you see, that's the key difference. If we don't like them, we can, you know, vote them out. Or, you know, we can take other measures, you know, to make sure that if we don't like the job they're doing, we can remove them. And we can't do that with the USI. The USI right now is a shadowy organisation that's above the SU, that are unaccountable and unelected, that are taking our money. You know, €76,000. I can't, you know, get enough of that figure. You can spend it.
And that's kind of the point that you're hammering home here. So is it purely just, like, if USI membership was free, and the USI did the exact same job as they do now, because a lot of the DCUSU representatives and VPs, they lull over the USI. They say how well the training is, how well the training for both the sabbatical officers and the students are. So is it a case though, tomorrow, if they decided tomorrow, absolutely no fees are going towards the USI, would you be in favour of keeping them in DCU?
Well, I think there'll be a stronger argument for them in that case, but I still would be completely opposed to the fact that they are currently unelected by ordinary students. You know, at the moment, it's a very small and select group of people that's electing them, and it's absolutely ridiculous that, you know, they're out there claiming to be representative students when I didn't vote for them. No one, you know, no ordinary student has voted for them, so it's ridiculous for them to be claiming to be representative students. So I would still oppose them in that way. But, you know, the argument for the yes side would be stronger if that was the case, if they weren't paid €76,000.
Do you not think the argument for the yes side is already quite strong anyway, considering the campaigns that DCUSU helped put on from the USI here? Because they are very well representative of the student issues. We had the cost of living, we've had the cost of accommodation. Last year we had what else did we have last year? There's loads of campaigns.
No, you do have a point. But like, the point needs to be made. Why are we paying €76,000 a year for it? Like, why can't it be done for free?
But
that's
is
the reality.
Is it 76,000 or is it 152,000? Because on your Instagram it says that they want to spend up to €152,000 of your money.
Yeah, that's with, you know, proposed fee increases in the coming years. At the moment, last year,
that technically is not really true though, is it?
In the fiscal year, In the fiscal year 2021 to 2022, we spent €76,000. That's in the OSL budget. That can be, looked at by anyone within, the...
But the 152,000 figure, where does that
I'm talking about 76,000. I'm not talking about that figure.
I want to know why, though, your vote asks you... Like, it says on your campaign that they spend 152,000.
Yeah, that's what it says.
But
and,
is that not true?
That is an estimated figure.
That is an estimated figure.
The figure at the moment is €76,000, which is a ridiculous sum. We're essentially paying them to go out and protest in the streets. They are paid protesters. That's essentially what they are.
I think you have a point in that sense. There is a certain amount of money going to them, and we have talked about it here pretty much the entire week. There's €76,000 going to these people. We have these campaigns, and you said yourself that you would be in support of the campaigns that they put on, and
of course I support the campaign to lower the cost of living. I'm suffering from it as much as anyone.
Of course, yes.
I'm an access student, believe it or not, and and the USA haven't done anything for me. They've only charged me money for work that can be done for free, and now it's all well and good mentioning the campaigns that they've run, but once again, why can't they be done for free? You don't need to be paid to go out there and protest. There are hundreds, if not thousands of people that have done it for free. You saw these solidarity marches earlier in the week. Most of them were for free.
But I get that totally, but the sense that I'm looking at here as well is it's the momentum that caused. But it didn't really go through, did it? We saw the walkout, but then there was nothing else after that. Is there anything like that in your kind of campaign that you're also looking at, or is it purely just these are unelected people who are taking our money?
Well, no, Jesus, the campaign is much bigger than that. Look, the USA have a tendency of making outlandish statements, and then not actually backing it up with action. Like that walkout. That walkout was ridiculous. It didn't actually help students. And it only hindered them. People are paying good money to go to lectures, and the USA turns around and says, actually, lads, don't go to these lectures.
But you don't think the point of that was we are paying to go to these lectures. Some of us are paying extortionate fees to go to these lectures, but at the same time we can't afford to get a cup of coffee or
but
pay
it didn't
for
achieve anything, did it? It didn't achieve anything at all. That's not the way to get change done. The way to do it is through dialogue and communication. And the USA haven't been great at that recently.
Do you think, though, that the DCUSU could do that by themselves?
Of course. Yeah, look, the SU that we had this year, look, obviously they're not perfect, they're human, but they did, a great job by themselves. And obviously, other universities such as UCD and UL, they are not members of the USA. They don't need the USA. So the question has to be asked, why are we still members? It makes no sense to me.
Well, I thank you very much, Nico, for coming on. And you raised some very interesting points and some very different points to what we've been talking about today. So I really thank you for that. We're going to head to another quick break. So thank you very much again, Nico. And less than an hour, 45 minutes now until the poll closes. So if you haven't already, cast your vote, have your say. And we'll be back to you in a few minutes.
I'm really just hoping to try and maximise what students can get out of DCU, because I believe there is so much potential there.
Do you agree with Brandon's take on how our societies are integrating, especially when it comes to big events?
Well, I think there's always more that can be done and we can work more, but I would disagree with that.
Some of you may know me as one of two blonde girls running for Wellbeing, so I should probably introduce myself.
I'm going to ask you both what the most important part of your campaign is. Todd, I'll start with you.
Well, currently I think the student accommodation is a massive piece.
Can I ask you another question?
Ask, work away.
How come nightlife comes first on your poster if accommodation is the most important part of your campaign?
If you want to improve the system, then why bother changing it when it already works?
You could say it works. To say it works is not say that it works properly.
This is not something I'm promising that will happen. It's something that I'm going to campaign and pressure the university to do.
I would really like to foster a more connected DCU.
You in particular, Brandon, you've been very complimentary of Todd during his presidency and the work that he has done. So much so on Monday that you would almost think you were part of his campaign team at some points.
I would genuinely put a lack of results, after that protest, down to a lack of further action being taken.
And a lot of the work of your colleagues on the union this year was to try and push DCU to implement more student purpose-built accommodation. I'm unsure how it would work if we aren't paying anything.
It's beyond the students' union, it's beyond the university. It is a national issue that needs a national approach.
It all comes down to this. Your vote can make all the difference. The College Views coverage of the DCU student union elections continue. Your views, your college, your paper.
Díomh agus fáilte ras go dtí the College View election coverage. Chud sin as scoilgar rís. Tá mé le Michael Finn anis agus tá session ag dul agóir an role part aimsere ifiguk na Gaeilge. Michael, tá ní ra tú I láthair don hustings. So cad atá na rudí atá is kind of dílis dit sa manifesto aigen atá go?
Well, honna mé gur dún cuman na Gael im lína agus bhí mé gurí ag sin a chur chun cín arís. Comála sin just Gaelga a chur chun cuin sa scóil I món daltaí mar is rud an tábhachtach dus na daoine éire agus tám cínte go mé an a chur chun cín sa I DCU má fáim na bhótaí.
An capú go bhfuil a dóhan áisina ar fáil I DCU trú Gaeilge?
Ceam go bhfuil ach just níl éag na daoine go bhfuil. Agus níl aon rud sús timpeall na háite gohfuil rangan airsúil nó aon gohfuil siad ná an cabhair nó dul go ranganí Gaeilge. So sé just caiimid pí níos mó é chur ar na bailí agus rudí mar sin.
Check. Híntaach. Agus am tú sása faoi an úsáid faoi Gaeilge tá ar campus?
Níl mór an ach tuis sam ghfuil daoine agus béis sásta níos mó Gaeilge a leirt má tá an seans thucadómh. So má thugmuid an seans dómh béis lán sásta leirt as Gaeilge.
Agus le cuman na Gaeilge tá sé sin ceanháin na rudí atá tú gurí ála stock a ríist. Begurt obviously ober leis an ifiguk the clubs na suki. So cad eile a meid tú a géirí dhéanamh leis an meid tú a géirí kind of ócáidí a chur siúil trú Gaeilge agus rudí eile mar sin de?
Tus agat go bhfuil seachtain na Gaeilge rud mór, so bhrálam cúpla ócáidí agrú de sin agus just de ré na bliana just ócáidí Gaeilge nó fiú céilí a dhéanana sa venue, céilí rinca Gaelach, ihe rudí mar sin. Chun an culture thuirtarás sé sa scóil.
Agus just piece of fúilte, cad tá tú a ggéanamh sa choláiste?
Tá mé an EPL agus Gaeilge, tá mé sa céad blin.
Híntaach.
Tá mé class rep comá, agus sin isise.
Cáil tú as?
Sás bailach lé mé ach thug mé godaí an meánscoil ina siar.
Oh, you know rire?
Yeah, she's a Gailibh.
Dun na sé bbliana or
Cúig blian near an mé TY.
Oh, Cearcolóir, all right. Well, guim an gachráth leat agus ámór níl ach 15 nóméid fáca ach tásúla go méid sé I dócin chun I chur tú thar an lína sin agus gur mína mágad as a talk to stock. We'll be back soon with more coverage of the SU election this year, and so yeah, we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
I'm really just hoping to try and maximise what students can get out of DCU, because I believe there is so much potential there.
Do you agree with Brandon's take on how our societies are integrating, especially when it comes to big events?
Well, like, I think there's always more that can be done and we can work more, but I would disagree with that.
Some of you may know me as one of two blonde girls running for Wellbeing, so I should probably introduce myself.
I'm going to ask you both what the most important part of your campaign is. Todd, I'll start with you.
Well, currently I think the student accommodation is a massive piece.
Can I ask you another question?
Ask, work away.
How come nightlife comes first on your poster if accommodation is the most important part of your campaign?
If you want to improve the system, then why bother changing it when it already works?
You could say it works. To say it works is not say that it works properly.
This is not something I'm promising that will happen. It's something that I'm going to campaign and pressure the university to do.
I would really like to foster a more connected DCU.
You in particular, Brandon, you've been very complimentary of Todd during his presidency and the work that he has done. So much so on Monday that you would almost think you were part of his campaign team at some points.
I would genuinely put a lack of results after that protest down to a lack of further action being taken.
And a lot of the work of your colleagues on the union this year was to try and push DCU to implement more student purpose-built accommodation. I'm unsure how it would work if we aren't paying anything.
It's beyond the students' union, it's beyond the university. It is a national issue that needs a national approach.
It all comes down to this. Your vote can make all the difference. The College Views coverage of the DCU student union elections continue. Your views, your college, your paper. You're very welcome back along to the College Views coverage of the DCUSU elections today. We are 10 minutes, just 9 minutes there gone now, until voting closes at 7 o'clock on Loop. So if you're watching this and you haven't voted yet, please go out and cast your votes. We obviously can't tell you which way to vote, but of course, voting is important. We're going to discuss now the VP for Diversity and Inclusion spot, and I'm joined by the features editor, the lovely Miss Hannah. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Have you enjoyed all of this SU election coverage?
It's a whole new experience. So it's like seeing another, like, students showing all their manifestos and what they want to help DCU in general. And recently I talked to one of the VP Diversity and Inclusion candidates, Sam Mooney.
And it really has kind of, the diversity and inclusion race has become a one-horse race, really. The other two candidates, Rupinder Sain, who is a professional Masters of Education student, and Alexander Victor is a PhD in machine learning. They've not been very vocal, not been very visible here on campus. So you spoke to Sam. Sam was around yesterday, she's around today, can be seen everywhere you look. Held a fantastic open mic at the bottom of the steps to kind of drum up support. What did she have to say?
So yesterday, it was 2 days ago, I talked to her and asked her about her manifesto. In one of her manifestos, she said that she would love to have more quiet space in all campus. Basically, she'd love to have more sensory pods in Glasnevin, or even in Pats or All Hallows. But she said that having the pods, there's not much of like booking system. So she wants to have a booking system in order for everyone to have like the same time, and she'd like to have more quiet space for everyone, because there's a lot of space for students. However, for neurodivergent students, there's not much enough.
Because even if you look in the U, like this week, and you could really pick any week of the year as an example, the U is always really busy. If you're down on Pat's campus, Pat's is a very overwhelming place to be. There's a huge amount of students in a very small amount of space. If you're looking for somewhere quiet to study, if you're somebody who is neurodivergent, could be on the autism spectrum, there's very little spaces to kind of stop and take a moment for yourself.
Yeah, and she's really pushing to have more. If ever she wins, she told me that she'd love to have more quiet space for everyone in DCU, especially those who are in both in neurotypical students and neurodivergent students.
Talk to me a little bit about, did you speak to her about her LGBT plus manifesto points?
Yes, she said that she'd love to talk to students and love to know their experiences, like how trans students in DCU, how the experience in the campus, and she said that if she doesn't talk to them and know their experience, it's not gonna be the DCU perspective, it's only gonna be Sam's perspective if she doesn't talk to them. So in her manifesto in general, she just wants to educate everyone so that other students won't be able to, explain themselves in some points.
She's talked a lot about disability awareness as well, engaging with disability services to allow easier access for students, workshops to educate staff, societies and clubs and students about different disabilities, particularly hidden disabilities, more quiet spaces on campuses as we've discussed, and more wheelchair accessible spaces. If you look here on, say in the U for example, obviously there's a lift up to the floors, but the venue for example, which is a place where there's events on regularly, not wheelchair accessible. There's many places in Pats that aren't wheelchair accessible. That's a big point of her manifesto.
Yeah, and she mentioned that when she wins, if ever she wins, she told me that she'd get in contact with the SU to have more spaces for like wheelchair accessible, and she even mentioned that there are a lot of areas that are not like fixed, so she'd love to have a stop on that. Like some of them get broken, and she'd love to like find out how to make it better for them and how make comfortable for other students, especially with clubs and sock societies. Some of them are booking rooms that are not wheelchair accessible, so she'd want to make them better for students, basically. She's just like the voice of peace.
Christine O'Mahony, who is the current VP for Diversity and Inclusion this year, has done a lot about cultural weeks and involving the different cultures of DCU. You're very proud to be from the Philippines and you talk to me often about it. Is this something that's really important for students who may come from different cultural backgrounds, and would you like to see Sam developing upon Christine's foundations next year?
I think it's good for students to have representation, especially in DCU, and I asked her with one question. I said, would you love to have a multicultural day or multicultural event for the DCU students? And she said she would love to have one, just like the Clubs and Stocks Fair, but make it more like a multicultural fair. So like, for example, having more of events that could encourage students to learn other cultures, other religion, and she'd love to have all the students learn about these cultures that we have, especially with my culture, as you mentioned. And she said that she's open to everything, to talk to students, basically reach out and learn. And she mentioned about the Ramadan coming up next, and yeah, that's what she said. She wants to make it more fun for students and encourage them to learn.
A big basis of this comes down to education and educating each other on people's different perspectives on life. She talks a lot about educating the community of DCU on diversity and inclusion, so students no longer feel left out or feel like that they've nowhere to go, providing workshops to the faculty of education students on diversity so they feel better equipped when entering the classroom. This is something that's really important, that those of us, like myself, I would never understand it because I am a white Irish person. Is this something that you feel maybe if you were in a class, that if a teacher understood your culture and your background, that would you feel more comfortable?
I think I'd feel more comfortable and more approachable, like if they have the knowledge that my country or my culture has, it will be better for me to be like in a friendly society, basically, in DCU. And with Sam's manifestos, I think it's a really good thing that she's bringing this into the student body and making all the students more connected to everyone. And she said, I want to be a voice for everyone and a voice for all the students. So it's DCU is going to be a better society.
Of course, we've talked a lot about Sam, but that's particularly because the other two candidates within the race have not been very vocal, have not been very visible. You yourself, you've been trying to get in contact with them.
Yeah, I've been trying to get in contact with Rupinder Singh, but I couldn't find anyone that I could ask for his contact. I'd love to know what his manifestos are, if there's any difference between Sam's manifestos and his manifestos. So I have no idea, but hopefully, if he ever comes out and tells us, we only have 2 minutes basically, but the other candidates, when I asked Sam what's the difference between her and the other candidates, she said, I'm here and present and I'm willing to learn and willing to share my experience to other students. And that's probably her main point, getting everyone to be experienced.
So it's 6:59 right now. There is just under 60 seconds left to cast your vote in the DCUSU elections. We're going to take a short break just after 7 o'clock, and we'll be back to talk all things presidential elections, have a review of our coverage of the week, and just also talk about the voter turnout, as hopefully we'll be getting in some final numbers about that. 60 seconds left to vote. We'll be back after this short break. Well, that's it. It's all over. Votes are now being counted and results are due to be live at the bottom of the U steps at 8 o'clock. Of course, we'll be there. But there's one race we haven't talked about.
Yes, and that is the presidential race of the DCUSU president. Who will it be? Brandon Perry or Thomas O'Dowd? We'll find out very soon. But let's go over what they said in their campaigns over the last week.
Muiris, you sat in, I hosted a debate last week between Thomas O'Dowd and Brandon Perry. Thomas, of course, is the incumbent DCU president. Brandon Perry is a final year media and politics student. What was your reaction to that? Because I think we've stated already today, hustings are not perhaps the best way to get a view of students.
Totally, yeah. I think Brandon came off quite well in the debate that you did between the two of them compared to the hustings. He was able to. I think that time limit that they get in the hustings, obviously it's needed and for very good reason. But when they're able to develop their thoughts and talk through what they're trying to do, I felt like both candidates came across very well, but especially Brandon. Brandon, during the hustings, he didn't really develop further on the ideas that he would like to bring in. But the podcast that we did definitely brought that aspect to the to his campaign, that he needed.
A lot of people kind of think it's an open and shut race. Thomas O'Dowd is obviously very popular, current SU president, and has done a fantastic job. And that is not an opinion stated, that is very much fact. 80 up to 80%, probably higher, the manifesto that he put out this time last year, he has followed through on. One thing that he hasn't followed through on, which he's in the middle of doing at the minute, is actually town hall debates, which is a big part of Brandon's manifesto.
And totally, I mean, you can obviously see that Brandon, I mean, he said it himself that he thinks that Thomas did quite a good job, a great job, in fact, is what he said. But we struggled when you and I were researching the questions to ask Thomas, because everything he had said that he wanted to do, he had somewhat done, if not to literally the fullest extent. If not to the fullest extent he had started or had built on. So I think it's very important to state that he has done a good job. But I mean, on the other sense of the way, he's been looking at this for a year now, and there's some things he still wants to do. And some people might have the question, well, why didn't he do that in the first year? Obviously, these things take time.
Yes.
So why didn't he do that in the first year? And that's what Brandon is kind of there for, because he sees what Thomas is doing, and he says he can do a better job. Obviously, we will find out very soon who the students decided would do a better job. But yeah, it was very difficult to try and find things that Thomas didn't do very well.
His manifesto is broken down into a couple of different points, obviously starting with student accommodation. Might be worth mentioning slight spelling errors here and there across both of the presidential campaigns. It seems to be since they have found the second M in accommodation. So I'm delighted for Todd's campaign that they've managed to do that. Student accommodation, campus space, student nightlife, a DCUSU structural change, and the student jobs hub. Very well put together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's start with student accommodation. Obviously a massive issue. Todd stood down below all those months ago now at the walkout and said, this is what I want to do. I can't build the rooms myself, but I'm going to work as hard as I can to make sure it does happen. He's obviously going to start by powering through with that in his second term if he is to get one.
Yeah, well, I mean, the point that he brought up is that we have planning permission for 1,200 rooms and nothing's been done about it. So that's what he wants to kind of focus on, especially for the accommodation aspect of it, is to bring in that point where it's like, we have the planning permission, where is it? And I mean, I think he has the insight as to how they should do that properly, and he's told us, the College View himself, that he wants to do that by speaking to the ministers and trying to figure out ways that maybe they can do it in a tangible and sort of sustainable sense. But on the other aspect of it, there's a building right outside the nursing building that has been built since before I came onto campus.
It's been being built a long time.
Yes, and it's under construction for a very long time. Again, planning permission was there for a very long time. I actually have no clue what the building is. All I know is that it's a construction site right at the very front entrance of the university, which doesn't look very well. Obviously, that issue has been tackled because there is work ongoing every day. I see that thing get like 10 or 11 feet taller every time I see it.
Yeah.
But that's the sort of hurdles that he'll need to jump to get that pushed through. I've been on campus here for 2 years, but I know myself that has been on campus. That construction site's been on campus for well up to 5 years. So it'll be interesting to see how he does push for a start to break turf on that accommodation. And it's going to be a tough run for him if he does get elected and if he does decide to push through with that promise.
Furthering engagement has been another part of his campaign, which is quite big, to do with a restructure of the SU and making the SU more transparent and engaging more with students through class reps, through postgrad officers, through the part-time officers. He'll be disappointed with the voter turnout, I think.
Definitely. I mean, both candidates said that they wanted 30%. Brandon even said on our podcast that he wanted 50%. And they wanted to work towards that. The last time we checked and we got updated numbers from the SU was 2 p.m. and only 10.7% of students in DCU had only voted in the president's election. The figures go as low as 4.6% in the club's officer, and similar enough 4.6% in the Affiliation and Gaelga. So if you look at those, I don't think they're going to be too happy with it. Again, we had this conversation early on with Louise. It's a question of like, is it proportional? Is it right? Should there be a mandate in place to where you need to reach a certain capacity of students? We have got word from the SU since that the voting has gone up in the evening time and the afternoon of the second day, and that, I mean, we saw ourselves, both candidates, Thomas and Brandon, both were out talking to people, getting them to scan QR codes, getting them to log on to Loop, telling them what they wanted to do.
And they are everywhere.
Literally.
They're in Londis, they're in Newbar. I believe Owen Crossan is walking around with some sort of megaphone that keeps making that alarming sound if you're hearing it in the background. They really just want people to get out and vote.
Right up until the bell, they did it. And I mean, it's interesting to see because there was a lot of passion in that last 2 hours, and it was kind of weird that passion wasn't there the entire time.
Should this push have started at, I know, 7 a.m, probably would have been a bit early on Tuesday because nobody was in the building?
No, you're right though. I think the push should have started earlier. We did have a lot. We had the hustings event, we had people on the street in the U, we had all those types of things going on. What did I call it earlier on? The back street or something. We had people on the motorway of the U. They were all looking into and telling everyone what they should be voting, how they should be voting, how to do it. But there wasn't that sort of, hi, have you, like they're jumping out in front of people, you know. So I think it's not to say that it's their own fault, but considering that both of them really wanted to include really wanted to have a large proportion of students voting in this election, it might be a little kind of point to bring up that they had a very big push about an hour and a half before.
Do you think if the referendum hadn't been part of the vote this year, that the push for voting would have been so high?
I think so, yes, because of the level of students who were voting in the other elections. I mean, we saw it ourselves of the part-time and faculty officers. We had very small turnouts. Obviously with the faculty you're going to have a little bit of sway there, but with officers like part-time, like societies, Gaelga, clubs, there's not that much interest. We talked about how a lot of those roles weren't competitive. There was one person who was doing those things. So you have to look at it on that side as well. But I mean, in this sense, Todd and Brandon, I think, have done quite well in their canvassing and their campaigns. They've gotten their message across. The presidential race is the most voted one since 2 p.m. today. And we know now that there is quite a big push, and they were very close to the goal around 5 o'clock today. So yeah.
We've had a great week. It's been a long week, as you can tell. The two of us are probably look about as tired as we feel. But it's been a great opportunity for those of us who are interested in journalism, and even for the people out who are out campaigning, who want to get involved in politics. A lot of politics students out either who are campaigning themselves or people on campaign teams. Student elections are really giving an opportunity to everybody, no matter what industry you're in, to come out here and get a bit of experience.
Definitely. I mean, I had a conversation, and I hope he doesn't mind me telling this, but I had a conversation with my dad, right? And
Shout out to Muiris's dad.
And I was taught his same name, yeah. But I was talking to him about this sort of, like, I even said he had said, you're treating junior hurling like senior hurling in the sense, you know, but this is exactly where to get that experience. It's exactly where to make these mistakes. It's exactly where to say that you want to do vape workshops instead of vape bins, which I did with Emma Monaghan. I had to very quickly correct in the live blog. And she was kind of saying, well, vape workshops, like, do O's or something, you know? But it's exactly where to make those, yeah. But it's exactly where to make those mistakes. And but my dad, he told me that these students usually, they don't necessarily vote in general. He told me a story that when he was in UCD, there was a similar vote to the USI. At that point, they actually said, we will stay in the USI. But at the same time, there was a presidential race where the guy was a joke candidate, and it blew the ever-living crap out of everyone because something like 60% of the college actually went and voted because they liked this guy's jib, but they thought, look, he's a bit of crack, and you know the SU isn't that really important. And I say that would have been hilarious because he actually got voted in. And eventually he had to step down, they impeached him. But the story there is like these types of things, like for us as journalism students, as people interested in politics, it's handy, it's nice, it's fun to cover these things. But then when you look at like the other aspects of it, where he was campaigning to have better toilet paper in the toilets, you know. So and he wanted the silky, soft stuff instead of the greased paper they had, and he was making all of these promises that were in no way going to happen.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's so much experience for both people who are running, people on the teams, people who are covering it, like us. I mean, we
have a television studio set up, and at 12 o'clock this morning none of this was here. And now suddenly we have laptops and microphones and cameras, and of course, as you can see from when we've been taking a break, we've a shot out over the U. We'll be taking a step out to our, as I'm calling it, our CNN White House balcony outside to cover the elections.
Like we're lucky that we have this equipment and that we are able to do this, but also like it's just been great crack. Talking to candidates, getting that bit of experience, trying to force them to go off record sometimes was very funny.
Yeah.
No one on the SU, I will say this now, and this is actually kind of a testament to all the people who are up for voting. Every candidate wouldn't go off record. They wouldn't say anything that they didn't want their names directly attached to. And I think that's a testament to them. You know, they're very honest, they're very open, they're very truthful people, everyone who ran. And I think that was quite a good thing to see as a journalist. But yeah, I enjoyed myself.
It's been a nice atmosphere as well, and like we've been down on the street, down below
the motorway,
with the motorway of the U, and it's good to see the bit of like and the competitive energy between the candidates, well, even people who aren't running in the same race. You know, there's been a lot of crack over. Oh, are you going to do the trolley race? Are you in Newbar tonight? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? And it's been great to see this atmosphere back in DCU, considering that this really is our first full year after COVID.
Oh, totally. And like, I mean, if you talk about just a year, like a review of the SU team that has come in, obviously there's a lot of people. There's two who are going up for re-nomination, but that team did very well to facilitate that. There was, I mean, if you saw the drop there, we spoke about it earlier on. There was a drop off in society places, and there's been a drop off in clubs, in those sort of activities, because in COVID times you're sitting on your laptop, you go on a Zoom, you set up an event in 5 minutes. Whereas now it's, you know, you have to go through hazard warnings,
health and safety risk assessments, people then you have to have a certain number of people, you have to have a first aider there. And we've seen that drop off, but
that was last year. We saw that drop off. We saw those types of people going, was it the right time for me to join the committee? Was it the right time for me to join this club? But that kind of, like you said, that buzz in the air has, or you didn't say that, but like
the atmosphere and the buzz is there,
and it's back again. And I think the SU have quite a bit to do with that, considering the events that they put on at the start of the year. But yeah, I mean, it'll just be interesting to see if they can continue this momentum with this new team going forward. Because I mean, there are 2 people up for a nomination. 1 person is standing, 1 opposed. But it will really be a whole new team. And I mean, I think students are going to have to get ready for that as well.
Any races in particular you're looking forward to seeing the results? I know they're all tight, but there's a few. Is there a few in particular?
Really interesting. I'd love to see who wins the HSS one, because I feel like as time went on, more people actually saw that the 2 of them quite like each other and they get on well.
Yeah.
And I mean, we brought it up earlier. Circa was telling all the people who were talking to her to go over to Josh, and Josh was doing the exact same thing. And another one is president, obviously. But another one is the well-being one. I mean, we spoke about that at length earlier on.
Yeah.
Just to see they were so similar to each other, but what sort of narrative, what sort of campaign?
Yeah, what
works
got
better?
the push?
Yeah. And I think if people are thinking of running for election as a full-time officer next year, definitely study those campaigns and look at how they did those things, because if they're the people who get elected, depending on what campaign they did, I mean, you're going to see a very obvious trend. So I mean, it's really interesting. But well-being and HSS, I can't wait to see. What about yourself?
Yeah, I'd say definitely well-being. I'd be interested to see what way the business race goes. That's been very tight all week. A lot of, most people you talk to, most people I've talked to have kind of said, oh yeah, Oisin probably is gonna take it, but then I would say it's an awful lot closer than people think. I think obviously today we'll get, they will say the number of votes that each person's got, and I think it's going to come down to the wire in certain places. Interested to see what happens with business, interested to see what happens with the science and health race as well, because it's been the most voted faculty. Obviously Adam Daly is running uncontested. Be interesting to see how much, considering there was a reopens nominations campaign going specifically for that race, would be interested to see what way that goes.
I think that actually is something to look out for too.
How many reopen nominations in every race?
Yes, but also there was so many people voting in that. That was the largest one in the faculty.
And why that race in particular when it's somebody who's running uncontested?
Uncontested, exactly. So especially considering that there was flyers and posters up for reopen nominations, it'd be interesting to see, is there a sort of sense where maybe Adam wasn't the right choice the year before? We'll never know. We won't know until we see.
It should be good. We're going to take a short break, get ourselves set up on our balcony outside, and we'll be back with the results of the DCUSU elections.
Thank you. Welcome back to the DCUSU Elections 2023 coverage by the College View. We are joined by Matthew Joyce, Editor-in-Chief of the College View, and Louise Hickey, News Editor, once again. Hello guys, how are you?
All good, how are you?
We are going to look at our exit poll. Our exit poll was conducted through our social media at the College View on pretty much everything. Is it everything? Actually, our social media manager is right behind the desk here, so she's nodding on
away.
Everything. Yeah. So we're just going to run through exactly what this was. But firstly, what's the importance? Matthew, you're kind of the spearhead of the exit poll. So what's the importance of showing an exit poll?
The whole point of an exit poll is to try to get an idea of what the opinion of the student body is like right now. In a way, it's like spoiling the surprise for people, but it's not at the same time because we're not getting a complete picture. We're getting a bit of a picture of what the idea is like of the current student body as a whole.
Now, unfortunately, we only had 28 responses,
which is about 2% of the if we take from the numbers that we got at 2 o'clock.
Yeah,
it's about 2%.
But you know what? I'm proud of that.
Yeah, 2% of people. 28.
As we said, we're student journalists. Yeah. We're learning as we go. So yeah, exactly. We will start with the presidential election. Of course, as you can see, as we spoke about earlier, Thomas O'Dowd up at 85%, with Brandon Perry taking about 10% of the vote, and then reopen nominations with one person. I wonder, is it that same one person from the Monday poll?
I wonder.
Saying, like, Louise, I kind of said this earlier, Muiris didn't necessarily agree with me. Is the presidential election kind of an open and shut case at this stage?
Yes, I'd say. I think it probably is. I think all the voting that has been done is finished now. You know, they've been campaigning all day, and as I said earlier on, was probably the busiest point on campus with all the RAG happenings going on. And I don't think there will be any more voting. I don't think there'll be a surge anyways.
The voting is closed.
I don't think there'll be a major surge in that. I do think that Brandon has done amazing with his campaigning up against somebody who had such a big reputation built for themselves. And I was talking to him earlier, and he said it has been tough, but just kind of congratulating
candidates have found it tough. Like, we've seen them, they're all wrecked.
Yeah.
So you know what, in a way, you have to put more emphasis on the presidential race than anything, because they are over everything in the SU. And that's why I was delighted with the way that the debate went with College View podcast last week. And especially just, we were really dissecting both campaigns. And I just found it so fascinating, the different points that were made by both people. Especially, you know, you saw Todd talking about turnout, and I love when Amy, you corrected him in saying, you know, he was proud of the fact that 5,000 people had voted. You said that's only 30%. You know, there are things like that, you know, where, you know, it kind of, to me, like, you know, I know Louise, you were saying it's an open and shut case. For me, I don't think it is. That's what my kind of concern.
I would probably say that I think Brandon will get more votes than people thought he would this time last week. I don't think he's going to beat Todd. I don't see it. I don't see it happening.
Right.
I think they've both run very strong campaigns. I would say, like, Muiris and I were obviously talking only a little while ago about the presidential campaigns. Todd has built himself a very strong foundation to improve upon. I don't see it going Brandon's way. I don't think the gap is going to be as big as people thought it was going to be.
I also just think Todd had more time to build relations and more people know who he is. And, like, speaking to people that aren't big nerds like us and saying, like, who are you going to vote for president, or who's running for president. They know that Todd is running, but when you mention Brandon, they're like, oh, who is he? Because he hasn't had this time to build a platform. So I think with the short amount of time he has had, he done amazing.
Yeah, he definitely got his word out there, so hats off. Next up, we have the VP for Academic Life. It is uncontested. However, we do have 96% of the vote going towards Owen Crossan. So I think it might be safe to say that he will probably get
So
it.
he'll probably be re-elected.
And I mean, he didn't necessarily have any hiccups or bumps. He was very he was very outspoken at the walkout rallies, specifically about the academic life side of the things. So I mean, like, I don't see
He did very well the day of the walkout, from a point of view of, I'm here to fight for the academic life of students, and if students don't have a safe and like appropriate place to stay, that affects everything across the board. Of course, it was put to him about, you know, how is DCU going to, Murray, she put it to him quite plainly, like, how are DCU supposed to help students with this issue? And he said, it doesn't start in DCU. This is a national issue that has to be fought on a national stage, which he then, of course, linked back into the USI campaign. I don't see us being in a situation where Owen won't be re-elected.
I mean, yeah, totally. If this opinion poll, I mean, it's 28 people, but if this opinion poll has anything
to those 28 people out there, thank you.
Is though, I can't even see the statistic because it's quite small, but I think it's about 3.6%. I'm so good at maths.
One single vote for Ron.
One person who said I'm going to Ron it. So
that one person was just being awkward, I think.
We'll move on to the battle for well-being, which, as you can see here, is a little bit closer than the poll from Monday.
Totally,
I think it always is with well-being. It's a position that many people want to go for, and it's always highly contested.
I think we had 3 or 4 last year.
Yeah,
in the well-being,
and all of which were very tight again.
Yeah. I could not call this one.
I mean, 57
for €1 million.
57 for Katie and 42.9 for Sarah. I mean, that's only a very small proportion of people who were bothered to do the walk. What's even the name? Exit poll. Yeah, I should say walkout. But
I think this is a lot closer.
One thing though is
that
that there are no reopen nominations here in this one. So that one person obviously didn't get didn't decided I'm not going to be awkward anymore. But it's almost neck and neck. I think it's only one more person if we are correct.
Yeah.
Do you want to like prove me wrong
16?
or right?
12.
Okay, well, never mind. It's 4 more
His
people.
maths is not that good.
This is why you're in journalism.
Yeah.
But I think this race is an awful lot closer than it.
Oh yeah, it's going to be tight.
This is one that I think this is going to go down to the wire.
And again, as you were saying earlier on, there are 2 very similar campaigns.
Yeah.
So to be honest, it's going to be very tight. Because
and it's
how
a really
can you
important
choose between the
position.
2 when they're 2 very similar campaigns?
Exactly.
Diversity and inclusion. Obviously, I spoke to Hannah about it a little while ago. Sam Mooney is the only very vocal candidate in this. You can see there is 1 vote for Alexander Victor, who I have not, I'm yet to see.
I think they've dropped out, have they not?
Possibly.
I am unsure. I think
Still on the website, so we'll see. And then Rupinder Singh, 1 vote. As you can see, there's Sam Mooney. But 6 people here, 21% for reopen nominations. It's been interesting to actually see the volume of races that do have a strong reopen. Obviously, we've talked about science and health, but outside of that there is a strong instance in some races where reopen nominations could get a few nods.
See, I really want to know, is that people being cynical? Is that people
cynical in what sense?
Being like, you know, they're being cynical of the DSU in a sense, in that, like, you know, it, like, do they just, like, you know, think first of all those 3 people, none of them are good enough for the job? Maybe they're thinking that last year possibly it wasn't well done. I'm just trying to think of what people's thoughts might be. You know, they might think, okay, possibly Christine O'Mahony didn't do well. I'm just saying what they possibly could be thinking. I'm not saying that myself, but maybe they are being a bit cynical. You never know. They may be unsure as to who to choose, and they want to reopen it and see do any more want to get in.
I'd actually say differently. I would say that, I mean, Rupinder Singh, I haven't heard a peep from, I don't know who he is.
Exactly, yeah. I think it's probably just, sorry, I just completely cut
No,
off.
I think what it is that if you're not going to vote for Sam, you're definitely not going to vote for Rupinder.
Yeah, which means you'll probably...
no offence to him. I'm sure he's a lovely man.
You'll probably vote for reopen nominations.
That's kind of the point I'm trying to make, though, that, like, you know, if there's 2 candidates there where we haven't heard of them, we haven't heard about them, we haven't even seen a picture of them.
Oh, yeah.
Then, you know...
Alexander has dropped it.
He has dropped it? Yeah. Okay, so then there's one candidate where we haven't seen them and we haven't seen a picture of them or heard anything about them. What's the point in voting, and why not just reopen the race?
Hannah made a very good point. It was actually Sam's point that Hannah spoke to Sam earlier, and what Sam said, Hannah asked her, what's the difference between you and the other candidates? And she said, I'm here, I'm willing to work, and I'm ready to go, and I just want people to give me the chance to do it.
She could have finished after I'm here.
Yeah, yeah, she could have, but she didn't. And to be very fair to her, she is aware of the fact that there is another candidate in the race who has not been very vocal, and she has still been out every day, still flyers, still posters, still hosting events, and still
very willing to talk to everybody and give them the time of day and
100%.
Tell them how to vote, which has been an issue that we spoke about throughout the day. So it's important to have somebody there to explain that. Yeah. So then on to VP for Community and Citizenship.
We can see Emma Monaghan there is up at 64% of the vote. This is another one that I couldn't call.
I'm surprised actually that it's so high for Emma. I thought it would have been closer.
Again, Emma had the time in a different position last year to build that platform, so people know of her and know what she's capable of, and she performed really well in that position last year, so perhaps that's why the vote is swayed that way again. But of course anything could have happened in that space of time.
When I interviewed Emma, it would have been yesterday, the day before, that she said that of course she kind of, as clubs officer, gained kind of a good relationship with Nathan Murphy, the current VP for Community and Citizenship, learned kind of about the role from him, and then was kind of inspired to then go for this. So she kind of, in a way, she understands.
It's that mentorship. It's exactly.
She kind of understands what is required of this.
The level of experience.
That's clearly showing.
That's actually, we've seen a lot of that throughout the entire race. People using the saying, well, I was class rep. I've done this on the committees in societies. I've done this and this and this, and they use their experience, and rightly so, to show that they're the right choice. Alethea had a bit of a tough one there because Emma exactly had that.
You can't deny how strong Emma's CV is.
Precisely. But Alethea did a pretty good job. I mean, her manifesto was laid out very well, similar to Emma, but her manifesto was laid out very well. And she had a very clear kind of message, which was that she wanted to include people in clubs and society events, and she wanted to make it easier for people to get involved in campus life. So, I mean, and that's exactly what community and citizenship is all about. But that's what we've seen across the board from all of them. It's like people who, it's almost the underdogs in the sense, like similar enough to Brandon. Like Brandon had a hill to climb, but he did very well.
Yeah.
And in the last week, he's just been standing out on the street, standing out on the motorway, just handing out things for factual stuff. It's in the U. But he's been handing it out. Like he's been telling people.
He should probably get off the motorway.
He didn't shy away from the challenge, and Alethea hasn't either. Clubs officer Kavach Deer is another person who's been quite non-existent, I'd say, in the last week, which is fair to say. Seems to be doing quite well according to our 28 people on our opinion poll. So we'll see how close those 28 people were to the answers. I would say there's probably a strong chance this could be a reopen nomination situation.
I think that judging by the polls, judging by the engagement that we've had, especially since the hustings, those of whom who didn't show up or were very not there, pretty much, we're very not there. Absent. I've just been given the word. Those who were absent, those who didn't give, even the people who didn't give pictures for posters and things like that. You know, there's a question there of
I think also for
obvious question, really.
A role like clubs and socks, you want somebody that's present. You know, these are people that are going to be getting you involved in activities throughout the year, and if they can't be present for a week when they're being voted in, then it would explain the reopening of nominations votes.
We're getting down to the wire now, and we do need to start getting ourselves set up to actually for the release of the results, but I want to just kind of move down to the referendum. It was looking like at about 8 o'clock this morning that perhaps we weren't going to have quorum that they weren't going to reach the quota. It's looking like they were about 2/3 of the way there at about 2 o'clock. Confidence seemed to be growing that we were going to get there. As you've probably heard in the background of our coverage, they're out there pushing. The Yes campaign are out there pushing, and it looks like from our opinion poll that they if they can get the amount of people to vote, that it could be a yes vote.
Totally, yeah. If they reach that quota, then yeah, that would show.
I just wonder if it's too little too late. Like, even only this morning it was, what was it, 44% of the quota was already filled.
Well, I have to say, like, they did get another, like, nearly 25% between 8 a.m. and 2.
But if they get another 25%, it's only 94%.
After 2 o'clock, we needed over 500 more votes, so it's a question of whether that quota has been met.
And we didn't hit those numbers either in any of the standalone, like full-time and part-time, in between 8 and 2. So
we'll see what happens. Hopefully the t-shirts and the lollipops have done the vote enough. Yeah. We'll be back with you in a few minutes, live from the U, with the results of the DCUSU 2023 elections.
Hello and welcome to the, what was it you called it earlier?
D-Day?
No, the CNN.
This is our CNN news balcony. This is what we feel. We're feeling very Caitlin Collins here this evening in the U.
We are at the CNN news balcony anyway, in the U building. We are how many minutes out, I wonder? Let me have a look. 3 minutes out from the announcement of the results of the election. We have a lot of candidates who have just shown up on the steps of the U. We have Adam Daly, Shane Murphy. We have Adam Sharkey down there. I mean, there's a bit of a buzz.
Yeah, in the last couple of minutes now, they've all started to flood in. It was like nobody wanted to curse it. It's been quite empty now for the last kind of 45 minutes, and suddenly now the room is just really starting to fill up. Hopefully it'll be a bit more of a buzz to go. This is going to be exciting. I assume we'll have a returning officer appear at some point to have a chat with us about...
I am the returning officer.
Muirish's returning officer joke has been made about 7 times today, and it's still not as funny as it was the first time you did it.
So it was funny the first time.
It was funny once. It's not funny anymore. It really has been a great week. Everybody's kind of gotten a drink into them now at this stage, as is always the way with the student elections.
Not me.
Not us. Not on the job. Muirish, this time last year they were announcing elections in Newbar. It feels a little bit more official this year.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, like, this is how it was before COVID. This is how it was before alcoholism last year because of the residue of COVID. But yeah, I mean, this is quite nice actually. They have a whole setup for the union down there. We will be bringing you all of the live coverage and just listening in really to hear who wins, hear the shouts, hear the roars. I mean, are you excited?
I'm excited. This is really, the buzz is kind of starting to kick in now to see what happens, who's going to win, and as well, like the figures that we've been talking about this all afternoon. What is it going to come down to? Is it going to come down to that 1 or 2 votes? You can already see some of the candidates are showing up. We've got both of the candidates in the humanities and social sciences race is here. Brandon Perry is here. We've seen Thomas O'Dowd kind of walking around. There's a bit of a buzz going on at the SU offices that are over beyond from where we are here in the U. But hopefully now in the next couple of minutes we will have somebody appear from the SU, and we might have a returning officer that's not Muirish. It's been a long day, folks.
I've done that every day, every single time. I mean, this is kind of like the ultimate finale of the last 3 days, and I mean, that's kind of week really of our experience with it. Do you feel sad it's coming to an end?
I think I feel sad tomorrow. I think once I've had a sleep, I'll be like, oh, that was good crack, I'd do that again. Now I'm like, I'm ready for a bit of a rest. But you never know. If this referendum doesn't go through, we might be here again in about 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, totally. We'll be here. We probably will be here in 3 weeks' time anyway. And I mean, you can have a rest, but I'm up early. I'm travelling all the way to Belfast tomorrow.
This is what happens when you're in final year journalism, and this is what we're all here for, the experience at the end of the day. It's a great opportunity for us to get a bit of experience, and it does include long days like today, and even longer days if you're Muirish getting up to your final year project tomorrow.
Yeah. Up at 6 a.m, leaving the house at 8, getting there for 10.
It's the way it's done, folks.
Yeah. Getting home for 10 tonight as well.
There seems to be a bit of movement here. Nathan has just arrived. There's a couple of other former members. There's Thomas O'Dowd coming down. We've got some official people from the SU now kind of starting to make an appearance. Colette, the current wellbeing officer, is here. There's a couple of people from the USI here just spotting.
If you realise, actually Thomas O'Dowd and Brandon are sharing quite a beautiful moment there. Thomas is pouring the ends of a bottle of champagne into his mouth to celebrate the end. Celebrate the end of the campaigns. That was actually quite a nice moment to see. I hope we got that on camera, did we? That was brilliant. But yeah, like there's a very good sense of sort of we did it, we accomplished it. And you wouldn't get that anywhere else in politics.
And without any kind of cattiness either. And we were discussing this. Everybody really likes one another. They've all been really nice. There's been none of this kind of backstabbing, reporting of issues going on between people. It's all been very cordial. It's been very supportive. Obviously, there's underlying competitiveness. But we're really getting down to the wire, and I'm getting really excited.
Oh, wow. I mean, I can see Glenn and Orla down there just... Oh wait, no, they're not doing anything. They're just drinking.
Fair play.
But yeah, we're just sort of waiting around now until we see someone of importance. We have Owen Crossan, who's now just came to the steps of the U. We have our reporter talking to our reporter Theo talking to Brandon.
We also have the rest of the College View team who are down here. Louise, Rory, Liam and Rachel are down below. We'll be keeping people updated on Instagram as well as on the website with the live blog as well. Shane, running for SOCS officer, has just arrived. We now have both of the societies officers. And the little bit of buzz is starting. I'd say now people will kind of start to drip down from the different levels of the U.
Newbar.
People will start coming up from Newbar to have a look, and I'd say the rooms will kind of start to empty out, and we really will have a good bit of atmosphere for the results.
Yeah, I mean, totally. We had so many just looking down at the College View team there. So many people from so many different sections of the College View got involved in this. And I mean, it was kind of nice to see. There's our arts editor, Liam, our sports editor, Rory, our social media manager, Rachel, really got involved. And that's kind of the point that we were making earlier on. Yeah. It's like, this is a time to make your mistakes, but also learn. And absolutely. I mean, this has been great.
It's been great crack, and it's not just me and Muiris here standing in front of the camera. Editor Matthew is here, Hannah is here. Everybody is getting involved with the team.
Hannah, the camera's probably too high up. Yeah.
I don't think Hannah will even make it on. But at the end of the day, yes, it's been a great opportunity for us to kind of get to flex our interview skills and flex our on-screen skills as well. But it's been a great opportunity for everybody. So to anybody out there in the College View who's written an article over the time of our coverage, who has gotten involved in Vox Pops, to Sarah O'Tuama, who I dragged out with the kit the other day to ensure that we had enough content. Thank you. And as well, thank you to all the students who I've harassed in the U and been like, what do you think about voting?
Do you know how to vote? Do you know how to vote?
To everybody who has gotten involved, thank you, and hopefully this won't be the last of major coverage for an event for the College View, and hopefully next year I'll have to do it on my lonesome.
Well, yeah, totally. It's the last of my major coverage of the...
Whoever will be editor and deputy editor at the time.
Yeah, wink, wink, Amy, go on, go for it.
Yeah, anyway. Wink, wink.
No chance in hell. So we'll see what's going to happen. We might cut for a little bit, watch the bit of build up, and then we will be back to you in just a few moments with the results. Hopefully no one just arrives now in the next 10 seconds and is like, here's the results, because that will happen, knowing me. But yeah, we'll be back to you in just a few moments.
Thanks.
Yes. If you are still with us, which I hope you are, tuned here to the College Views live coverage of the DCUSU student elections, they seem to be having a couple of technical difficulties trying to get themselves together down below, so we're still holding out. The room it has filled up a bit. A couple of representatives from the USI here, I'd say, ahead of the results of the elections. We're not entirely sure in what order things will be announced. As a possibility it might go part-time and then the USI and then the full-time. We'll see what happens. As you can see, current President and candidate for the President of the USI, Thomas O'Dowd, past chair of DJSOC down below there, trying to get the technology working. They've been trying to look for a couple of different plugins, so hopefully they can find their way around that. You can see Barry is there with them. Barry is an instrumental part of running the SU and has been a massive assistance. He kind of looks over all of the students who are members of the SU and is down there giving the lads a hand. He announced the results of the election last year, so there's a chance we might see a redo of that again, or we might see the returning officer Podge make an appearance. Muiris, what do you think?
Yeah.
It'll be one or the other. Thanks for the help with that one, Muiris. Really appreciate it. There's a bit of a buzz going. I wonder, could we get a camera pan to our team down below? You could see Louise is there and Rory. Rachel is social mediaing away there, as is her job, and of course Liam Coates, who is the editor of our arts section. It might be a bit of an opportunity now to let you know that if you are watching this and you do want to get involved with the College View, you can of course still do that. We are here right up until the end of the semester, and of course further beyond that into next year. Student journalism isn't just for journalism students, it's for everybody. Comms, as you can see today, multimedia, we have everything going for us. Cameras, microphones, all sorts of wires and technology, social media, everything for everybody. So please do come and get involved. We're seeing a couple of people from Sam Mooney's team moving in, and as well a lot of students have come to just watch the election results, kind of starting to appear in small groups on the steps. It's more on the far side. I don't know if we can see at the minute. You'll see Shane's party, the Society's officers race is there. Adam Daly is in there. Sarah for Wellbeing is also within that group. You can see Oisin McGovern there. All of their campaign teams kind of making one large clump. As we said earlier, those candidates in particular have kind of aligned themselves together. They've all been given a glass of champagne very kindly by DCUSU, as Muiris said, to celebrate it. Thomas O'Dowd is testing sound there, so we might be here in just a minute. We could see some of the current members of the union down in the front row there, ready possibly for the result of the USI referendum, most importantly this evening, which I think is what people will be sticking around to see. Come back to us in just a moment, as we think sound is, fingers crossed they're getting there, and the College View will be back with coverage in just a minute.
He works on he works in sound engineering. He's just telling me.
So, by nothing short of miracle, we have sound. By the looks of it, Thomas O'Dowd is plugging in an iPad down below. Hopefully there'll be a bit of music going, maybe raise a bit of atmosphere. As per usual at a DCU event, there's a couple of staples. Cider with a Dash and New Bar Goujon seem to be on the run. Karting Society, who have probably been the hero of the day with many different events ongoing, have now provided music while they're experiencing technical delays. I don't know whether that's to do with the technical system in here, sound system, or is it to do with voting?
Yeah, I know. I was just about to say that. Yeah, considering they couldn't find a microphone, that could have been the technical delays. But then, I mean, now they have a microphone, quite obviously, and they still are saying they have technical delays. So, I mean, returning officers, people from the SU who work there, aren't here. They're elsewhere. So it'll be interesting to see if there is like a larger issue or not.
Yeah, as I was just saying before Todd started speaking there, a couple of drinks kind of started flowing. Maybe people are trying to settle down the nerves a little bit before the big announcement.
Drinks are certainly flowing, and there's someone's bag who's going to get a buzz ball just completely covered in it. But anyway, look. Yeah, the DCU staples. What's it called?
Cider with a Dash.
Cider with a Dash. Apple Tree. Jack Slats, as it used to be called. R.I.P. man. Jack Slats with a Dash. And then New Bar Goujons. The works. And then also, another DCU staple. Everything starting at least 30 minutes away. Absolutely.
It kind of just reminds you a little bit that we are really dealing with a student election, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, totally. I mean... They had this set up about like 45 minutes ago, and then they realised, oh, the microphone doesn't work. So yeah, they've been at this quite some time, but hopefully not too much longer, because I am getting tired.
We're getting there. Hopefully now in the next 5 or 10 minutes we'll have some results for you. Stick with us here at College View. Election proceedings ongoing, and hopefully we'll have some results in just a few minutes.
Okay, so it's being reported currently here in the U that there is an issue with the count system. With Loop, we're not entirely sure what that means. We are being told that the results will go live at 8:45. We may not get the results of all of the races straight away.
Yeah, it's kind of understood from who we've been talking to and all that type of stuff, of that there's one case in particular which we won't hear the election. We mightn't hear. We don't know. We will or won't, but we definitely have question marks around some of the elections today, with probably a lot of people kind of upset about that too.
The results have been counted in a majority of the race. The College View has the exact number, except we cannot release it for the minute. But hopefully soon enough we might have election results.
Yeah, apparently this is all kind of starting around 2:45. It is now 2:45, so it looks like there's some little bit more movement going on here. So with any luck, we'll have it all sorted. And yeah, I mean, that was a really long time. I'm so tired.
Stick with us, we'll be back in a few minutes. So we have returning officers, we have members of staff from the SU, we also have some of the members of staff from Newbar, because you couldn't have an election results without them. We're about to get underway finally here with the DCUSU, lead DCUSU election results. It all comes down to this. As you can see, Thomas O'Dowd has just arrived down the bottom to the podium. Podge, who is the returning officer, as well as Barry, who is one of the management members of the SU. And I think we are about to begin.
I think so.
Hi guys, we are finally ready to go. So my name is Thomas O'Dowd and I am the current DCU president. I was here opening up the election results. Firstly, congratulations to all the candidates who put in a fantastic last 9 days of campaign for all positions. If I also have a round of applause for the two gentlemen over here to my left, Paul Sheen and Barry Closey, and without two then this would not have been possible this last 9 days. Over here to my left to College View for all their work they've done this year. I think it's fair to say they've put us on a platform that hasn't been done before in the country, but I think after this week the live stream will be coming around the country.
Give us money for our paper!
We're on to the Barry. And then I'd really like to thank the individuals here. All these staff in the bar for the refreshments that provided us and for entertaining afterwards in the bar after the results. To all the students who came out and voted, for everyone here, and to the DCU for the technical support and making sure the voting takes place online. I'm not going to say it's not free, but online. I'm going to pass it on to policy and results.
So that was Thomas O'Dowd, the current president of the DCSU, handing over the mic to Podge, who is the returning officer for this year's elections.
very particular thank you to all of the candidates who put themselves forward. It's not easy putting yourself out there to 20,000 students and trying to make a difference. So I think before we go into the results and the outcome of them, I think in particular, well done and congratulations is due to all of the candidates. But not to keep you any longer, we'll move forward to the results. So for the position of clubs officer, we had a total valid poll of 1,160 votes. The quota was 581 votes. Kavach Deer received 988 votes, and reopen nominations received 172 votes. Kavach Deer is now your new clubs officer on
Kavach Deer has just been deemed elected as the club's officer for the next academic year.
With a quota of 554, so 554 votes. Michael Finn received 986 votes.
That's Michael Finn, who you can just see here on your screens at the minute, has just been deemed elected by Podge for the Irish position in the DCUSU. That's Mark Dunn, who's just been elected into the Institute of Education faculty rep.
The position of Science and Health faculty rep, the total valid poll is 725. The quota is 364 votes, 364. Adam Daly, 659 votes.
So Adam Daly, the current Science and Health representative, has just been deemed elected once again.
Quota 733, 733. Shane Murphy received 897 votes. Matthew Sharkey received 530 votes. Reopen nominations 37 votes. Shane Murphy is deemed elected.
That's Shane Murphy, a current member of the SLC, being deemed elected for the Society's representation position at the DCUSU.
Quota 329, 329. Joshua Alul 227, 227. Serica McGroarty 416, 416. Reopen nominations 12. Serica McGroarty is elected as the new.
There's Serica McGroarty, second year journalism student, being deemed elected for the Humanities and Social Sciences position on the SU.
Moving on to the referendum where you asked to affiliate with the USI. So the question asks is, do you wish to remain affiliated to the Union of Students in Ireland? The cost of affiliation is €8 for full-time registered students and €5 for part-time registered students, collected annually with the student contribution charge. Total number of yes votes, 1879, 1,879. No votes, 200, 200. Therefore,
the DCUSU has voted to remain in the USI, receiving well over the number of votes that they needed to pass the referendum. Muiris, the reaction's massive.
Yes, it's a huge reaction, especially from this current sitting and I mean soon to be not sitting members of the student union.
Great to see Maeve Richardson from the USI here to celebrate that as well.
That too, and a sigh of relief from a lot of them too.
Vice President for Academic Life. Total valid poll 1735, 1735. The quota 869, 869. Owen Crossan 1552, 1,552 votes. Reopen nominations 183. As the quota has been reached, Owen Crossan continues to be the VP
Here's Owen Crossan being held by his girlfriend Emma Monaghan down below as he is re-elected, and quite emotional.
Very emotional, a good few tears has coming from the eyes. I mean, this man has worked so hard, so.
Total valid poll 1944, 1,944. The quota 973, 973. Emma Monaghan 982, 982. Alethea Williams 920, 920. Reopen nominations 42, 42. As the quota has been reached, Emma Monaghan is
the closest race to the night yet, and Emma Monaghan is deemed elected for the role of VP Community and Citizenship.
I mean, we knew this would be tight, but I think that was like 30 votes between them, less than that even.
Serious celebrations down below.
Total valid poll 1896, 1,896. The quota 949, 949. Sam Mooney 1387, 1,387. Rupinder Singh 421, 421. Reopen nominations 88. As the quota has been reached, Sam Mooney is
Massive congratulations to Sam Mooney on that, but a lot of votes for a candidate who made no appearances.
A booming victory for Sam Rooney there, and yeah, you're dead right, but I mean, in comparison.
Yeah.
Vice President for Wellbeing. Total valid poll 3002. The quota 1502, 1502. Sarah Fitzpatrick 1530. Katie Warren 1453. Reopen nominations 19. As the quota has been reached, Sarah Fitzpatrick is removed.
Sarah Fitzpatrick being held there by re-nominated Science and Health Officer Adam Daly as she is elected to the position of VP for Wellbeing.
I mean, quite a tight race once again. We always knew it would be. And here's the president.
2609, 2609. The quota 1306, 1306. Thomas O'Dowd 2036, 2036. Brandon Perry 496. Reopen nominations 77. As the quota has been reached, Thomas O'Dowd.
And he reigns supreme for a second year in a row. Thomas O'Dowd hugging his competitor Brandon Perry in a great show of sportsmanship.
Less votes from Wellbeing compared to Wellbeing.
Yes.
But Thomas O'Dowd is now being re-elected as DCUSU president, so they don't have to remove his photo from the wall.
Here's the first words of the re-elected president.
Thanks very much, College. Again, echoing thanks from earlier to the same people. College View, College Barry, to the lads up at the bar, everyone that's here, and especially just round of applause.
Not bad when we're getting thanked first by the new president, is it, Mert?
What's this all about?
So, hip hip hooray!
Well, it's been a long day.
And to all the students that got out and voted, thanks a million for your votes again, and for all this beautiful fantastic campaign. And a round of applause for Brandon.
Well, it's been a very long day, and there you have it. The results of the DCUSU elections. It's been quite a day, and I have to say, for Thomas O'Dowd to stand up there and thank everybody, especially us, so cheers for that, Todd, but to Brandon Perry especially.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, just another true form of sportsmanship from the man. I mean, the first thing he did was share a hug with Brandon as soon as the election was called.
I mean, there is a fairly nice, fairly kind and like welcoming vibe in this room right now. I mean, we have
Katie
Warren and Sarah Fitzpatrick just sharing a chat and congratulating each other. And I mean, everyone has such a well-rounded campaign and really hit the nail on the head and everything that they wanted to tackle. So it'll be interesting to follow, especially for yourself, Amy, to follow this team for the next year. I mean, two people, as we talked about earlier, two old, and then 3 new people. So it'll be interesting to see how this team works together. The dynamic, has that changed? Would it be better? Would it be for worse? But I mean, just a very, very exciting campaign. Some tight, very, very tight ones there.
So 30 votes in some of them.
30 votes in some of them, and even like I think in Wellbeing in the end there was only less than 100 votes between them. I mean, we knew it was going to be tight. We knew it would be down to the wire, but this is kind of more than what we asked for, really.
Hopefully we'll get to have a chat with a couple of the newly elected members of the SU. Of course, what's most important is the fact that they've been elected. We can actually see there, in case we didn't get it on camera, but Adam Daly tearing up a reopen nominations poster after he was successfully re-elected into his position. There's a lot of buzz going on here. Just really a great end to a long 2 weeks of campaigning.
Oh, a very long week, I might add. Actually only 5 days, Amy. I know it felt like 2 weeks, but yes, definitely very long, very good end to a long 5 days. Only one.
Oh my God! I'm actually dazed out at the minute. Yeah, there really is a great buzz. I'm wondering, can we get a couple of candidates? We're going to get onto the team down below if we can to get people as soon as we can, just to see will they have a quick chat with us. But really, and the USI, we're staying in, lads.
I mean, there was obviously judging by our polls, our own polls ourselves, and speaking with people around the campus, there was a very good feeling around the Yes Vest campaign. I don't think there was a very small minority of people even who were going for the No campaign. We did speak to Nico earlier from the No campaign. He told us just before we went on air that there were only 20 people part of that campaign at the time. Still though, I didn't really catch the no vote because of the roars, the booming roars from the SU candidates.
And the number, they were well over what they needed.
Exactly.
Going talk about the number of people who voted for Wellbeing. Over 3,000.
3,000 people. I mean, we knew that was a very popular run. We knew that was going to be a very large one. We were watching it all day, but we hadn't actually seen. The last time we had saw the numbers for that poll,
we're not even 2/3 the way there.
I know. It's absolutely insane. They were just below 2,000 the last time we saw it. They were just overtaken by the presidency, whereas the presidency were, I think, just under 500 less than Wellbeing. I mean, crazy. It's crazy.
Good amount. That push in the last couple of hours made the difference.
Totally, definitely. I mean, you could see them all running around at the time. We were talking about it earlier. There was a buzz around trying to figure it out, trying to get people to talk and get people to vote. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think this is quite a good victory for a lot of people. Quite a well-deserved victory for a lot of people too. But on the people who didn't, unsuccessfully ran, I feel terrible for them because all of their campaigns were absolutely wonderful. I mean, everyone was literally going for something so good. So I think we might have an interview soon here.
We're keeping an eye out. There's just such a great buzz. We didn't talk about the business race. We've no results for the business race. The business race was the question over. They're currently hand counting votes.
I know, and I say that will take some time. We probably won't even find out until later on this evening. So keep an eye out on the College Views socials. We'll post them out. We are being told behind the camera here that it's tomorrow at lunchtime.
Tomorrow at lunchtime. Okay.
I mean, that's a long wait for those guys.
We won't be waiting that long.
I am not here. I'm gone. I'm going to bed.
You could clearly see. I am. My heart goes out to Oisin McGovern. My heart goes out to Rose as well, and Shania, who were here, and you could see quite anxiously waiting for a result. We're waiting. Rachel, our social media manager, is here. Come on, Rachel, out you come. You were down in the middle of it. What was the atmosphere like?
Very vibrant. We actually ended up right behind most of the candidates. You could kind of feel the tension as things were starting to get down to the minute. A lot of shaking, a lot of screaming, a lot of shouting, but I think, look, everyone did a fantastic campaign. Everyone's after working their backsides off for the last couple of weeks, and yeah, just fingers crossed they will put their manifestos into work now in September 2023.
Owen Crossan is on his way up to us now, and I have to say, probably I was getting a little bit choked up. Here he comes now, our re-elected VP for Academic Life. I've never seen a man so emotional to have his name called out. How are you doing? Congratulations.
This is the second year in a row I've cried at the election results.
How relieved are you right now?
I'm so relieved. But you know what? It's just... It was the build-up of tension over time.
And the wait, because it was 45 minutes was a long time to wait.
Boy, did they build up that tension. Fair play to them. They know how to put on a show, whether it was willful or not.
Now, we could see you, and it was really lovely to see you all down the front there. USI referendum passed. You were outside our window with that megaphone, ensuring that everybody knew where to vote and how to vote. Are you delighted?
Absolutely. Look, it's. I think the union is stronger for it. You know, it's something that we really, really benefit from. I think what we can learn from the turnout is that we need to educate more students. But
some push in the last 4 or 5 hours, though.
Oh, well, come here, I was pushing the USI over my own campaign, you know? But it's just, look, I think we need to, like, obviously we've heard the message loud and clear. We need to communicate USI and their message to students. I'm just delighted the message got through and that we got it over the line.
Thank you so much, Owen. Go and celebrate and enjoy. Congratulations.
Remained as the VP for USI, clearly.
Thanks very much. Congratulations. You can tell that means an awful lot to him.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, he said the second year in a row where he's cried, and also the second year in a row where he's ran successfully.
Yes. So here's another man who can only be. We've been described as the man in the orange T-shirt for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Nathan Murphy.
You must be over the moon.
Oh, delighted. Absolutely delighted. Huge turnout in a referendum. Usually it's hard to get students engaged. You only care about elections between well-being over president, which is crazy to think about. 3 more years in USI. DCU still benefit from all USI, so brilliant to see.
Now, obviously, you did not rerun this year for your own position. How does it feel to watch the next generation being elected and moving on?
It's good it is to see there's kind of a new people coming in. Obviously, you have Todd and Owen who are going to continue the great things that they've done this year and obviously inspire the other 3 officers and work very closely with them. And I feel like it's going to be a great team next year. Brilliant.
With you not running, is there a chance we might actually see you in the USI?
There is a strong possibility of that. There is a strong possibility. Sure, only time can tell.
Well, of course, you let the college know. You got the College View know first.
I can confirm I'm running for USI.
Hey, congratulations. Well, we'll see now. We'll have a DCU representative at the USI elections. Nathan, congratulations. Go and celebrate. We're hoping Colette is here, our current VP for Wellbeing. She's on her way up to us. The buzz is just electric.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear them all celebrating down below. Like, win or lose, they're still hugging, they're high-fiving.
It's so lovely.
Yeah, it is. And it's nice because these people spent so long together the last couple of days. So, I mean, it's only just that they
Colette, come on in. You must be delighted to wear a colour that's not orange from tomorrow.
Honest to God, I really am. Thank God it's over now. Absolutely delighted with the results. Thank God. Thank you so much all the students who voted. Everyone's probably absolutely sick to death of us campaigning for the last 10 days. But we're absolutely delighted with the results, and thank you to everyone.
Now, I know it was a long old wait and we could see you guys all down the front kind of getting really impatient. It must just be such a relief for you. And you were I spotted you in Londis earlier on, and there was kids following you around for that box of lollipops, and you were just trying to get everybody to vote. The amount of people you got in those last couple of hours was highly impressive.
Yeah, I think everybody understood, you know, like we want to stay a part of the Union Students in Ireland. I think everyone showed up today in the polls to do that. There was a massive effort put in from all the campaigning teams, from our own Yes USI campaign. We were doing multiple lecture addresses on the hour, going around with QR codes, getting people to vote, harassing people to death. They were sick to death of us. We were sick to death of our own voices. Strapstills were the lozenge of a shout out to Strapstills.
The campus pharmacy is going to be making a lot of money over the next few days.
Honestly, yeah. just glad to have my voice back, that's all.
And Colette, we asked Nathan the same question. Is there a chance we might see you in the USI in the next couple of months?
Stay tuned.
Oh, now it's really started going in.
Nathan
pulled the same trick. Colette, thank you so much. Go ahead and celebrate with the rest of your friends, and congratulations. We are trying to grab Thomas O'Dowd, who seems to have disappeared, possibly gone up to his office to take a last few minutes. I wonder, I see Oisín McLoughlin down below, if there be a possibility of chatting to him, possibly if one of our producers can get him, see how he's feeling.
Yeah, I mean, that will be tough. It's going to be a long wait for them to figure that one out. And I mean, if it is that they're going to be counting them hand by hand, that's going to be...
Yeah, I spoke to Katie Warren earlier, and she talked about how she really just wanted a full night of sleep. But here's a man who won't be getting a night of sleep tonight. Oisín, how are you feeling?
Oh, Grant, I'm happy with the USI going through, and I'm happy because some of my friends have been elected. So I had a great event today, so I really don't mind that much. Everything has gone so well for me today with regard to everything else. So
to everybody who was watching us since 4 o'clock, Oisín is the mastermind behind the madness that was the DCU karting race. Obviously, we're not getting a result for the business election this evening. Another sleepless night for you.
I think I'll sleep well. I'm very tired.
You'll need it after all of the stress.
It must be disheartening though, after all this time campaigning and things like that. You don't get to share the same sort of excitement. Can you tell me how you might be feeling over the next day?
Well, all my friends their elections have gone the right way, so it'd be great. Well, I am still celebrating with them, of course, because I'm delighted for them. But I would like to be able to celebrate myself as well, or not. I don't know if I won that or that. So, it would be nice knowing, but I'm not. I could be in a worse state.
Now, I'd hope you're either going to walk or take the bus home. You're not going to have somebody push you in a shopping trolley, no?
Depends how the night goes.
If you're successful tomorrow, will you do another trolley run up the campus in Glasnevin?
In your underwear?
Don't know how Paula Kieran's metal safety feel about that.
Thanks very much, Oisín. Best of luck tomorrow. I'm sure the College View will be back covering it. This has just been a day. We're going to try and grab some more candidates if we can. I know Sorka McGroarty, who's elected for HSS, is down the bottom there. I have our team run ragged trying to find candidates. The vibe is great. Interested to see what will happen now tomorrow with business. Alethea, who was not elected for diversity and inclusion, is on her way up to us. Very happy to chat. Community and citizenship. It's been a long day. And all of the faces are starting to blur. You can see Brandon Perry is still here chatting away. Delighted with the USI result, obviously.
Oh, he was. I saw him jumping up and down as soon as that was announced. But I mean, again, we spoke about it earlier on, going up against someone who has the experience, who knows the job, and it was always going to be tough. Still, however, 435 votes for him. I mean, it's not. He did lose, but still, a lot of people believed him on a campus.
Yeah,
so
it's fantastic. Alethea, you're very welcome along. Commiserations.
Thank you so much. I'm very proud of the work that I put in and my campaign team. So I really, from the bottom of my heart, couldn't be more grateful to all of the people who supported me, and the fact that it was so close.
It was with the two of us. It was unbelievably close.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy with everything and the outcome. And absolutely, congratulations to Emma. I'm really, really proud that I stood my ground against such a strong opponent. And congratulations once again, Emma. Really great work to her.
Now, you ran such a fantastic campaign, and I would be betting that this probably won't be the last that we'll see of you. Would there be a possibility maybe you'd go on to the USI in the future, or be back next year possibly for the DCUSU?
Absolutely. Being that I had never done anything like this before, I'd never gone for a class rep even, so this was my first experience in something so intense, especially with the chance to have so much responsibility and kind of impact on students' lives. I really enjoyed the process of campaigning, and definitely I would love to try again next year.
It's such a tight race as well. There was obviously it was always very tough to choose between the both of you, because the both of you were so great. So I mean, does that kind of give you a little bit of hope as to if you were to go on to next year, you could maybe get across that line?
Absolutely. It's like such a confidence boost to know that people believe in what I'm saying, believe in my story. Like, I struggled quite a lot believing in myself from a young age. So the fact that people heard what I was saying, understood what I was saying, and supported it was so amazing, and I couldn't be more grateful for that. So yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on everything that you did. An unbelievably close race there. 30 votes, we were saying? Almost 30 votes.
30 votes.
Humanities and Social Sciences. Sorka McGroarty is the new representation of the Humanities and Social Sciences.
The camera fits her.
We don't even know if she's in frame. You went and got the ashes this morning for good luck.
I did. The ashes made all the difference, sure.
How are you feeling? Because you were very emotional.
Oh my God, I'm a ball of nerves still. It hasn't quite hit me yet. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm both really excited for myself. I'm really sad for Josh. He was an amazing opponent, and I wish it could have been both of us.
We were saying this earlier. This was the nicest race to commentate on ever. We might just move slightly closer to the camera. The two of you like each other so much.
We were both telling each other, anyone that came up to our tables were like, we should go talk to the opponent as well to get a rounded viewpoint. I got told I was a bad politician so many times. Clearly not that bad. All right?
We couldn't believe it.
Mic drop for that one.
Sorka, thank you so much for your time and congratulations. We have winners lining up here. Two people who spent most of the day pushing carts around was Sarah, who's just been elected to Wellbeing, and Shane, who's been elected to Societies. Congratulations.
I haven't got my carton top now, so that's not fair.
Shane, you must be delighted because you had quite the crew in the centre of the room there, and there was quite a big reaction.
Sure, we're all EPLers, we do be at nothing anyway, so we said we'd bring them all down.
You spend most of your time sitting in the U anyway, so it probably felt like home.
Second, mostly trolleys and carts and spreadsheets, and the U after that then.
Sarah, you were the winner of one of the closest races of the night, under 100 votes in between the two of you. I could just see the relief seep into your body.
I was so anxious waiting for it, but I'm so happy that all our work paid off. I've literally the best campaign. Shane was on my campaign team. I've literally the best campaign team, and they worked so hard. And we're all so relieved, but yeah.
I mean, an amazing campaign, a very, very straight message. And I mean, we were talking about it earlier on. There was a very clear way of how you and Katie were trying to talk to the students. It was activism, and then there was, dancing. So, but it's clear that you're very passionate about this role, and it's so. I'm so excited for you to see that you were able to get across the line today. So, congratulations.
I mean, I think both myself and Kay, it was the most voted for.
It's the most far over presidency as well.
So I think both myself and Kay put in so much work. It was really close. But yeah, I think as a psychology student, I obviously feel passionate about it. So hence why I studied it for 4 years and I want to go into it as a job. But I think both of us put in so much work and it's paid off. But
well, I think the two of you deserve a trip to Newbar as soon as is feasibly possible. Congratulations, guys.
Who says we haven't gone already? That is the question.
Well, guys, congratulations. Thank you so much for stopping by the College View. It's starting to wind down here. We can see the last few candidates kind of winding down. I'd love to talk to Thomas O'Dowd before we finish up here if it were possible, but really has been a great day.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, what a day! What a day! We didn't even know if they get enough votes the entire day, and then we found out that they got enough votes and then some. I mean, what a tight race.
I think the USI race came to about 1,800, which is just under what the quota is.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it was just such to be kind of tracking it the entire day and then seeing that there was that little differences between each of the nominations, obviously in those really tight elections. It was really mad to see, because I mean, here's us two thinking of different scenarios the entire day and then going, wow, we were mind blown. So yeah, I mean, really, really exciting day. And I mean, so happy. I'm happy for everyone else.
Yeah.
Just seeing everyone with their smiles on them it's a nice thing.
And you could tell what's been nice about this week, I think, is we've gotten to know all of the candidates really well. And you're coming along every morning going, how are you feeling? Did you sleep last night? And then they're asking us, what time did you guys go to bed, planning and covering and things like that. And you could see today they were really tired. And this has just been such a nice lift. I'd say I don't think they'll be in the bar for too long tonight, though.
No, I wouldn't expect so. I mean, during the 24-hour broadcast with MPS, there was one drink and then gone home because it was that long. And I mean, this is 5 days of just campaigning, constant campaigning, constant talking to people. I mean, like, they are going to be tired. I mean, Owen was walking around like a zombie just before the election results were announced. He was sitting down, just kind of asleep, basically, in his slumped sort of in a way, whereas the rest of his body was holding up the rest of his body, and the rest of that body was kind of there. But yeah, what an amazing way to end it.
I'd say we're probably going to wrap up in a few minutes if we can't get a hold of Thomas O'Dowd. No sign of him. He's disappeared down into the bar somewhere. I'm sure he'll come on and have a chat with us.
The first promise he breaks.
The first promise. I said to him, if you win, will you come and have a chat with us? He went, yeah, absolutely. And he has disappeared.
You know what? I can't imagine the amount of things that are going through his mind right now. Like, to get a second go at this job. I mean, I'm sure this job is so much fun. I could never do it. No. So I'm saying it's fun, but he's probably saying it's probably very stressful. But you can clearly see the passion that man has, and the sportsmanship, as we saw, hugging Brandon as soon as the election results were announced, thanking the College View, thanking all the people who made the coverage and just the campaign possible. Just wow, really, really wow. And
I think from our point of view, we'd like to say a massive thank you to Owen Campbell from the Loans Office in the Henry Grattan, who set all of this up and made it all possible. You can't see them on camera right now, but there are wires taped to the ground, there are microphones, there are cameras everywhere. We could not do this here in DCU without the team we have behind us.
Oh God, no. And I mean, thank you to Loans for letting us take all the equipment out. Thank you to all of the College View team, even the people who didn't come down, because without the kind of support, the rally, the passion that people have for journalism on this campus, I mean, we wouldn't be motivated to do so either. So thank you to everyone who helped out over the last couple of days. Thank you to all the candidates, winners or losers, who came to speak with us throughout the day and throughout the 5 days, actually.
Because it's not easy, and we ask hard questions every now and again.
We do. I mean, we can have our crack like we are having now, but sometimes it is about making sure that the tough questions are asked. Well, everyone literally seemed to be so pleased with accepting those questions, and it was very clear. I mean, we put them through their paces sometimes, and it became very clear very quickly that we were dealing with a very professional group of people who really understood what they were trying to go for, what they were trying to do on campuses across DCU. And I mean, again, just what an exciting way to finish. Wow.
So I'm sure the team will be back on Instagram Lives and all sorts tomorrow for the business race. But from myself and Muiris, we did it.
Oh, you did it.
We're done. And thanks to all the College View team, thanks to all the candidates, thanks to everybody. We can go home now.
Well,
you can keep an eye on the College View online at www.thecollegeview.com. You can also email us at deputyeditor-in-chief@thecollegeview.com.
No, just deputy editor.
Deputy editor at thecollegeview.com. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook and Twitter, and we will be back for the next DCU election this time next year. You won't be here, but I will. So thanks very much for watching.
What a way to rub it in.